Hello, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. It's me, Schluge, and we're back. And well, for the might of hell again, we're back with Helldivers, and boy, howdy, stuff happened in the last couple days, such as the fucking termination of the Illuminid. We wiped them the fuck out. Hello there, mayhem. Yeah, it's unbelievable, but oh, sup, dude, I'm loving this kill zone armor. Damn right.
Did you try the new sniper yet?
Not yet. I haven't been on in a couple days, but yeah, I saw they gifted it to all of us, which is
it's a three-shot burst sniper with a charge. It's interesting.
Goddamn. But yeah, I was always more of an assault guy myself because let's face it, the fucking rifle for the hell gas was fucking badass. But yeah. Oh, also news chat. We wiped out the Illuminid.
Helldiver, the super destroyer.
They're gone. They're dead. They're finished. Finito. They're done. And yeah. This is interesting. I mean, yeah, look at that. The entire Illuminid front completely wiped out.
For now.
For now. Yeah, that's true for now. But yeah, we're gonna see what the fuck happened. So we're gonna move into the fucking Talus sector, because we're gonna help liberate it, because they're getting a wee bit close to Super Earth. And if I remember correctly, I just want to make sure. Let's see, free to speak. Did Marty's Bay, Meridian Prime.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for Malevolon. I want to make sure Malevolon is
more
not
to the.
taken.
It's more to the south, I believe.
Vampire, Kevlar. Maybe it's over. I swear to God, they took it again. I swear to God, if they took it.
No, they didn't. No,
okay.
They didn't.
Okay, thank God. Okay, we're good. Okay, then I'm happy. Okay. Ha. Very funny, guillotine. Anyway, we're gonna take a look at. We're gonna go to Shelt.
The bots plunder this planet of every last resource.
We'll do. Ooh, should we eliminate some factories?
Oh, sure.
Initiating FTL jump to the Schluge system.
Two more ships have entered the front.
FTL jump successful.
Alrighty then.
Coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Alright, let's go down. Well, so what do you think? We also need to destroy the bioprocessor. Think we start down here and work our way up?
What about here?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Alright, and since we're back to bots, definitely bringing in airstrike. I am also... You know what? The fucking barrage was actually pretty good, especially the walking barrage. I think I'll bring that with me this time. And this time, I think I'm also going to bring the autocannon, because we also have challenges with that shit. And last but not least, I think I'll bring my mortar. Make sure we're all ammoed up. Alright. Let's go! What's up there? Nope, I'm not a bug diver. I'm a bot fighter. A level 75 cadet. That guy got promoted and demoted pretty damn fast. No, Cobe. I don't react to the comics.
Shit.
Shit! Artillery incoming!
Oh no.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Oh fuck. Rocket barrage incoming! But yeah, as much as I love the comics, and I already have read it, but yeah, reacting to them is... yeah. Oh god, yes, I definitely enjoyed reading it. Oh my god, it actually is the reload from Killzone. Fuck yeah. Oh shit, we got a Hulk.
Dead.
Nice. We're working on it, Command.
One down.
Nice.
Two down.
Nice. Okay, I need my autocannon.
Calling down a support weapon.
Oh shit, they brought a tank. They have a troll. That did the job. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolf. I'm sorry to hear about that.
Mag's empty.
Hell yeah. Not on me, but what? Come on, seriously, an EMP? Right off of this? Come on, where's the fun? It's like that whole, like, why don't you just nuke him from over? Oops, sorry. Oh, hi, Coop.
Reloading.
But yeah, it's like, why would you do that? Because it is the Emperor's will. Because purging is really, really fun, brother. Nope, they're gone. We got rid of the Illuminated. No, Mayhem, there are no zombie bugs. Don't even joke about that shit like that. And we're not fighting the bugs, we're fighting the bots. The bots are more dangerous. Oh, looky what I found.
50 meters.
What did you find?
I found our, one of our objectives.
Engaging terminal.
And I'm a yeet!
Get an eagle.
Hellbomb activated.
Nice. And I missed entirely.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
No, we don't have any sniper. There are no sniper nests. Bots don't have sniper nests. God help us if they ever did. Oh shit.
Requesting air support.
Oh. Oh yes, I forgot factory striders.
Yo! Youch! Oh fuck me. Oh fuck. Bro, what the fuck was that shit? Apparently Coop is the sniper. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yay. Ow. I'm working on it, Command.
I could use some help.
I'm currently I'm dead.
Reinforcing.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Just did actually. Quite convenient, Mayhem.
Democracy has landed.
Alright, let's see what we can
Alright,
do.
might as well open the bunker. Or
Oh.
not.
Oh wait, bunker's over here? I didn't know.
Yes, there's a
Okay.
there's a bunker here.
Hang on, let me. Oh. Alright. Nice. Damn, yeah, that fucking anti-tank is fucking broken as shit. I love it.
How'd you like to taste some
Rare sample
freedom?
collected.
Eat that, Hulk. What?
Ow.
How the fuck did I keep missing it? How the fuck? That thing hit him and it bounced right off the asshole. Oh, there he goes.
Dead.
Good job. There we go. Okay, gotta reload my fucking super Luger.
Requesting air support.
Okay, and now I'm done messing around.
Requesting orbital.
What? Mayhem? The taste of Darth Vader? What? What the fuck? I don't get that, Mayhem.
Alrighty.
Calling down supply. Last reload.
I didn't know his lightsaber had a flavor, and yeah, I don't get that.
Requesting air support.
Incoming. Oh, I love Eagle airstrikes.
Another one bites the dust.
Ow. Oh shit.
Requesting fortifications.
Requesting sentry.
Nice. Ouch.
Team reload required.
Jesus, it's taking us a while to get the fuck out of here. Not real. No, Mayhem, I'm not dying.
Calling in
Not
orbital
yet.
barrage. Must defend prosperity.
Nice. Okay. Ooh, and I just found artillery.
Oh, nice.
Alright, let's see what we got here in terms of weapon. We got smoke.
I found a double bunker.
Oh.
Democracy.
Coop, go join Alpha Cryo if no one goes down. Let's see. Explosive. High yield. Explosive. Well, shit.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Another triumph.
Oh, mission complete. Nice.
May liberty guide your safe extraction.
Alright, well, fortunately, most of the stuff is close to the actual launcher, so.
Follow me.
Oh shit.
That's called democracy.
Dude, the fucking Hellgas fucking assault rifle is badass as fuck.
Found something.
I need someone here with the bunker.
Coop, go join off of him. Go hook up with Cry. I'll take care of the fucking. I'll take care of everything. I'll take care of the artillery
Package
piece.
acquired. Supplies. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. I've got the
Fucking
package.
Arma. From what I've heard from a few people. Hi, babe.
Dropping package.
So we killed the Illuminates. They're all gone. They're off the map. They're off the map.
Thank you.
No, they're off the map. I'll show you when we get back. Okay, let's load up. All
money.
right.
Package acquired.
Explosive. Explosive. We'll do another explosive. And then this. What's up?
Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters.
The what?
Someone invited me over to play Magic.
When?
Calling down a sentry.
When?
They said they
Get
were on fire.
reflected. Package acquired.
Oh, were they gonna come pick you up or? Yeah, if you could.
Hello
there.
Thank you for keeping me in the loop.
Package.
Also, hello, Starhope. Yes, thank you for keeping. Yes. But yeah, honestly, yeah, if you got a ride, go have fun.
Engaging terminal.
Let's get the artillery before this patrol finds my sorry ass. Coob also says hi.
Hi, Coob.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have artillery. Yep, we do. And
Nice.
I actually think I see the big rock with all the good samples by them, so I shall see if they have them. Koa's doing okay. He's actually enjoying his new role as the big brother, big alpha of the house. They're a nuisance, but I love them to death. But we love them to death. We also found out Farah is the big chomper of the siblings. I literally gave her a keratin bone. I actually haven't told Ben this. I gave them both a keratin bone. Farah like crunched it down in less than 10 minutes.
Bruh.
Meanwhile, Soap hadn't even gotten a quarter of a way through his.
Queen chewer, just like her mom.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah, she the big chomper. Wait a minute, did we ever get the bioprocessor? Yes, we did. Okay, good.
Yes, I blew that up.
Nice. Tight.
Also, hi, Cry.
Hi.
Hi.
She's right here. She's doing just fine, Mayhem.
Hello.
She got invited to go to Magic the Gathering tonight with somebody.
Yeah, if I can
Yeah. I'm sorry, babe. It's just like I've just been trying to do streaming. Fuck off!
get it. Oh.
No, not you. These assholes. Shit. Fuck. Oh shit, the Legion of Lumberjacks is here. Oh, go fuck yourself, good sir. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. Hellgas assault rifle. Fuck yeah, it is peak.
Requesting sentry.
Ow.
Bro. Now, if only I could reload faster.
What the dog doing?
The dog is bringing glory to Helgen.
Haven't faced a democracy.
You know, I remember actually a long time ago, back when Killzone was still pretty relevant. Like, I remember there was a guy who was actually a firearms expert. He actually said that the hell gas weapons were actually pretty decently practical. So I'm just, oh.
I wouldn't know. I don't even know what Killzone is.
Oh. Oh my god, it is literally one of the more underrated, like, shooter games. Like, back in the day, it was Killzone used to be, like, the fucking primo FPS. It was actually a competitor to Call of Duty back in the day. Like back then, like, Call of Duty had two big rivals, and that was Battlefield and Killzone. So yeah, it was a big deal. Hell, when the tracker when they started putting out the tracking systems for like when like the Wii came out and PlayStation got their own like little like control sticks and stuff like that, they actually like put those out with the release of Killzone 3. And they actually made a gun for it so you could actually like shoot and shit. I remember the commercials for that. It was, yeah, Killzone was huge, but then it just wasn't. It is one of those games that just dropped off the face of the world for no reason. Even its less popular games were fucking amazing.
I have encountered the 9th Army.
Yes, I can see that. I'm going to take out their Panzer support. Medal of Honor was also up there, but Medal of Honor had it like Medal of Honor's glory days were definitely having issues. They were definitely starting to lose a lot of their. Okay, the 9th Panzer divisions are no more.
Tactical asset near your position. Requesting air support.
Woo!
Okay.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck you!
That's what.
Oh, I put some thermite right on the tip.
Brr.
Ah! I think that hurt him. Do I feel bad? No.
You think?
No one had gun depression. Well, here, hey Ven, do you have any depression to spare for that gun turret? I love you, Bay. Hey, I was gonna put mine in, but yeah.
Mine's is more floating.
That's true. I didn't want that fucking thing to be like a fucking like just loop the loop. And I have encountered the Canadians.
The Canadians?
The Legion of Lumberjacks.
I've just been doing so.
Yeah, I
doing
got
stuff.
the super samples. I'm running towards you, and I am bringing the Canadians.
Copy. I am bringing turret support.
I am bringing the Canadians and the chicken walkers. Well, we can't. Well, tell that to the fucking bots, ma'am. Oh wait, you were saying they had no Artex. Well, you never know with that with bots. Yeah, I think we've completed literally everything. So time to get the fuck out of here. Well, that's what we call them. Ah, yes, and there's the bot to talk about my sponsor, the sponsor of this today's stream, Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, I'm still yeah, they do it for like a good period of time, so I'm still technically sponsored by them. Starhope caught a ghost fish, and I am dead. So
The fuck killed you?
I got kind of surrounded.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Joining the fray.
Okay, where is my shit? There's my shit.
South, 50 meters.
But yes, so yes, if you just click the link, to those on Twitch, if you just click the link, you shall find a link to download Raid Shadow Legends. Why did I choose the sponsorship? Well, partly for the memes.
It should have been me. Shit.
Hey, I'm sorry that I got ahead of it before you. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. A fucking Gears of War, like, collab with fucking Helldivers? That would be fucking sick. Okay, somebody get him down so we can get the fuck out. We gotta get the fuck out of here now. Cry, enough is enough. Let's head towards Coop. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh, what? This is harmless.
You say when you're literally fucking balls deep in literally every fucking automaton in the front. In the Jesus. Ooh, nice blackjack. A good true man of the classics. Yes, Call of Duty World at War. That is the shit. Huh. Hey, Black Ops 2 is still good, babe. It's still peak. Yeah. Oh no! Canadians! What?
Me and Farah are ass to ass.
Oh my god.
Look.
Mayhem says Black Ops DS. Black Ops for the DS. Oh my god. Jesus.
My brain to process. How dare you?
Oh yeah. Honestly, Guillotine, there are days I am so tempted to actually play the campaign of World at War on Twitch. There are days I'm tempted. But I know for a fact the second I start playing that, there's going to be about 50 kids screaming at the top of their lungs because I've traumatized them with the amount of war crimes I do with the Russians. Hell, me and Crystal played the campaign once. Oh my god. Yo, could you imagine if me and Crystal streamed the fucking campaign of playing in Veteran? Are you kidding?
You would possibly be banned from Twitch. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. No, like, here's the thing, Mayhem. Like Cry said, I would probably get banned from Twitch. Hey, here's the thing. I'm no coward. I would fucking do it. But I like getting, I like money. I like getting paid. I don't want to get banned. Yeah, as much as I would honestly love to do fucking literally any fucking playthrough involving World at War, yeah, too many people are just fucking, yeah.
Listen, don't pay for Uber.
Ooh, pretty explosives.
Alright, they're gonna come on you back.
Alright, love you too, babe.
Bye, Todd. Bye, Todd.
Bye. Ow! What the fuck?
Oh, here's the thing, so yeah, it's really just World at War that is the fucking, like, issue. Like, just because, you know, World War II and its involvement with some certain fellows. Yeah. But Black Ops, fucking A. I would, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll do the you know what, fuck it. At some point, yeah, I'll do the fucking campaign. I will do the campaign I'll do Black Ops 1's campaign. I'll do Black Ops 2's campaign. Fuck, I'll even do Black Ops 3's campaign again. Get the fuck out of here, soldier! Oh, yeah, that's right. Black Ops 2 was set in this time frame.
That fucking
Where's my fucking drones? Where's my fucking XM8? Where's all the fucking cool shit we were promised? Ooh. I don't know, Mayhem. I never used the DS. Oh, God. Where's the USS Obama with the drum plate? Oh.
Valid question.
Well, I'm honestly kind of glad we stopped. That we are now like stopping naming like aircraft carriers after presidents because yeah, even I'm like, even before any other political motives, I kind of was like, shouldn't we name our aircraft carriers after, you know, heroes, like guys who actually fucking deserved it? No, I know it. No, Guillotine. I know it is. I played Black Ops 2 back in the day. Well, the Enterprise is a tradition. The Enterprise is a tradition, ma'am.
All these samples will help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrating. I can't wait to get a hold of the fucking fast recon vehicle stratagem. That thing will be fucking boss. Alright, let's make my acquisitions. Oh yes, that's all still in the Superstar. Alright.
Have been confirmed as former citizens of Super Earth, abducted and transformed into mind-controlled monstrosities.
No, let's see. Hell yeah! Fucking the yeah, like let's see, like, yeah. Well, I know like the latest Gerald Ford class carrier, they named it. Oh man, what was the guy's name? I think it was it's named after the guy who was one of the first people to shoot down Japanese. I don't have my phone with me, but yeah, he was a Medal of Honor recipient who was famous as like he was a ship's cook, black American ship's cook, and he shot down some of the first Japanese Zeros at Pearl Harbor. He literally grabbed a gun, one of the machine guns. I think it was on the Arizona. Let's see, we'll do let's eradicate the automaton forces. But yeah, fucking Dick Best, that would be good. Fucking the USS Desmond Doss would be a boss aircraft carrier. Actually, no, I think Desmond Doss would do better for a hospital ship. Now that I think about it. Who's another great American hero? Chuck Yeager deserves a fuck. No, he's Air Force. He's Air Force. Still need some more kills with my. Fucking Chuck. As much as I love Chuck Norris. Yeah, no, he's a great guy. Coob, you don't need the fucking recon vehicle because of like the place we're going. So yeah, you don't need the fast recon vehicle. Okay.
I guess they're taking it anyway.
All right, whatever.
Hellpod launch initiated.
I need more.
More Dakar.
Here we go. Here we go. DACA all the way. Oh fuck yeah, John Kennedy deserves a fucking like. There are some presidents that you know were heroes, soldiers, all this stuff. JFK, fucking boss. So yeah, like I said, and Gerald Ford was also a fucking serviceman. He was a great fucking pilot. HW too. Lincoln was a fucking hero. Like you have to earn your title ship as an aircraft carrier to get an aircraft carrier named after you. You can't just be president. Now, if you excuse us, I'm going to scream like a little girl. I really don't know how to answer that, ma'am. Oh, hang on. Oh, he's in loadout.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Oh, shit!
Oh shit!
No, I don't want to salute. I want to heal myself. Fuck! Whew. That was close.
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
It's about fucking time. Get your ass down here.
Watching advanced weaponry.
Trying to get some more kills with the other cannon. Ow!
Mag's empty. Hey, hello. Mag's empty.
Yeet!
Two mags.
Go boom! What are you talking about? I'm already evil. Hey, Farah! Where's that pretty girl? Where's that pretty girl? Oh. Man, I certainly hope they put a fucking self-destruct in that fucking thing. Oh, this is a minefield.
Ow!
Well, Ko is a Labrador, as a lot of people know, but as for Farah and Soap, we're not entirely sure. So, when we went to go get them, they were labeled as pit bulls, but that is it. That's more of the only reason they were labeled that was because a lot of people think it's a law here in America where, like, if your dog isn't a purebred, it has to be labeled as a pit bull to try and it's got a horrible reason for why they do that, but yeah, it's a load of bullshit. It's basically the government saying if you don't have like a purebred like white picket fence looking American dog, it's a pit bull and it's dangerous and yeah. It's a load of bullshit. Oh shit, Legion Lumberjack on my ass. And I am very much slow on stems. But we're thinking that Farah and Soap, they might... Luna was a golden retriever. But yeah, we're thinking Farah and Soap are... Hybrid, you bastard! Hybrid! Terrier and Labrador mix. Something on there. Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
Oh man!
Oh shit! Sorry, Cry. Didn't see you. We're gone. Thank you.
Reloading.
Oh no.
And
Oh, no.
And there's another link for ladies and gentlemen in chat. Yes, if you would like to join the gaming sensation that has swept the nation for X amount of years, yes, please go download Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Calling in reinforcements.
But yeah, Luna was a golden retriever. We're thinking Spar and Soap are like some sort of terrier mix.
Can we please go?
Yes, everybody on!
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Yay!
In 20 seconds. Budget depleted.
Yeah, and I love them. They're just adorable little pups, even if they are little like tornadoes with teeth. What are you doing? Bye!
Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You have maintained our way of life.
But yeah, so they were labeled as pit bulls, which is, you know, oh, it's not a white picket fence dog? It's not the golden retriever from the postcards? Well, we're not going to cover you for insurance. So yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. We're getting them DNA tested to get, like, double-checked. Well, specifically, we're getting one of them since they are siblings. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when we get the notes back of what exactly they are. Because I'm curious, because it's so weird, because Soap's got, like, a fluffy coat. He's got a more fluffy, thicker coat, while Farah's is very thin. Like, she has a lot of trouble maintaining her body temperature, so you should have seen her. The first time I gave her a bath, like, she was like, I'm so fucking frigid. I actually had to cover her up in my thick, warm blankets and then cuddle her to help get her body heat back up. But she's a good little girl. She liked the cuddles. Nice.
Single friendly fire incident.
Not sure. Again, not sure. That's why we're getting them DNA tested. We're gonna see what the heck they are. Because I'm curious.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Alright, another emergency.
Coordinates locked.
We'll let everyone get ready.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Assailants being used by the elite. These attackers have
Alright. Cry, are you all cozy down there?
Yes.
You doing anything that would be very undemocratic in there?
Hellpod launch suspended.
You came up there like, bitch, the fuck you say?
That's what you
Oh, fuck you!
get. That's what you get.
Fuck you! Oh, god damn you. Alright, let's get everybody in. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay, so we'll probably, from the looks of it, we'll get the rogue research station, so we'll just loop around.
What about here?
Yeah, we'll do here, and then we'll yoink. Yeah, and Goobin, now you can bring the fucking fast vehicle. That'll be fun. I'll bring the walking barrage. My auto cannon, because I still have to finish that up. My mortar. Space. Ready up.
What backpack? What support weapon should I? I'll bring that. No, actually, no. I'll bring this boy, and I'll bring that. And I will...
Yes, Cry is an Imperial Stormtrooper, no doubt in my mind. A Hellgas, an Imperial Stormtrooper, and I don't know what Coob is. I don't know what she is. And then there's this rando fucking noob who doesn't even know what Malevelon Creek is. Whee! You're going. No. I actually can hit my shots. I can fucking hit my shots, Mayhem.
All the galaxy looks to you.
Oh shit!
Let nothing stand.
Oh, hello.
Well, sometimes it's fun to play the bad guys.
Ow!
You good?
Get this thing off me! Thank you.
Y'all good?
Alright,
Oh.
can we get a move on?
Oh yeah, we better, because also look what I found. Look what's over there. A fucking.
Oh yeah, there's a fucking jammer.
Yeehaw! Woo! Hey, look, speed
Oh,
bumps.
shit. Schluge, where did you get your driver's license?
Yes. All right. Hey, got here in record time. Ooh.
Rare sample collected.
Hi.
What the dog doing?
The dog is being a menace to society.
I got the terminal.
Cry, I would highly suggest you getting the fuck out of Dodge.
I mean, you need to bring the hell bomb first.
Like I said, I'm bringing it down. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, look, the rock.
Outpost destroyed. 100 meters. Engaging terminal.
What? 1 second, let me just arm this. Yep, I'm just arming the hell bomb and running like a little bitch! Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. I want to live. I don't want to. Hot, 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 hot. And come on, come on!
Guys, don't look at explosions.
Well, I just didn't have the option to at the moment. And let me send them a very, very. Fuck! It's the Canadians! Run away! 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 Boom! All right, I think I'm in a safe place. Not the problem. 1 out of 2.
One? It's a corset. I'd rather not be trapped in it.
Well, that can cut you out with a nice sharp sword.
Yeah, but I don't think the dude I'm gonna go visit can.
Fair enough. There you
Although,
go.
that is hot, so thank
Oh
you
my
for that much
god. Oh, fuck off.
What? You cutting me free with a sword? That's hot as shit!
Ladies and gentlemen, my girlfriend.
You love me.
I do. Mwah.
Have fun shooting those ropes.
I plan to. Oh shit, hi! Now you die.
Requesting sentry.
Alright, now to finally bring down my autocannon, because I forgot to bring that down. Yes, and I will be there shortly to help you, Cry. Do not worry. Do not worry. Yes, she plays Helldivers, but she just can't right now because we're waiting on her new PC to show up. She currently has one that she's using for work and her commissions, but that one is not, like, it can, Like, it turns into a fucking hotbox the second it starts loading up any kind of game.
Clear the area.
Nice.
One step closer to mission completion.
Oh, damn. Coop is just taking everything out. Yeah. Venerate the Succubay. She has streamed, but she hasn't streamed in a while.
Found something.
Like, again, it's mainly just been, like, you know, busy. We've been busy getting her out here, getting her settled. Then there was the whole business with Koa and us freaking out for a little bit. Oh, I can take care of that. I got a walking barrage. It'll do the job. I might have been spotted.
Found something.
Yep, I've been spotted. Yipe.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Ouch! Lumberjacks. I call those guys with the chainsaws the Legion of Lumberjacks, so I also kind of just associate them with Canadians.
Approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Helldiver, reporting to the front.
Bruh, guillotine.
Turret down.
Not right now. We seem to have killed them all.
Objective in your vicinity.
Spot outpost.
Nope.
Calling in a hell bomb. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Ouch!
Reloading.
Finally. Oh, hello.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Fuck!
Sending in an eagle.
Danger close! Run away!
Tactical asset near your location.
Oh no, that's just bullshit. No, but there's lots of assholes that like to put rockets in my face.
Send prosperity.
Take that. Take that, assholes. Alright, time for me to catch the fuck up with everybody. Oh boy, because we need to take out this installation. I told you, Mayhem, we want to have fun. EMPs would make everything so easy. Why would we want to just make life easy for ourselves when we can go in and just absolutely blow the shit out of them? Up, and there's our another link for Raid Shadow Legends. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, memes aside, it's actually not that bad. Like, I've actually played it for a friend of mine. It really isn't that bad. Like, I know the memes are up against it, but for just a game that's meant to just like kill time for stuff like that, yeah, it's not bad. It honestly could be a lot fucking worse. I have seen worse fucking phone games. There have been bad ones, but really ain't that bad. I give it a solid B+ for phone games. I blew it up, and I haven't had a chance to get to it. Or I thought I blew it up. Oh no, it's still alive! I'm gonna go get it! I'm gonna go get the car! I thought it was dead! I thought we blew it up! Yeah, no, that, I don't know what you're talking about, Guillotine. Discreetly hides supposed money underneath my table. Hey, I'm talking. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned pinball game. I was talking about phone games. Bro, you can ask Ben. I love pinball games. Those are fun. Ladies and gentlemen, look the fuck out. Schluge is back on the road again with no tires. That's right. Well, actually, one tire. Correction, one tire. You know what? I know. You know what? We're gonna have to solve this another way. Let's see here. There we go. Now we have no issues. Now I have an issue. Fuck. Nope, just a whole lot of bots. Time to leave. Well, Coop, as much as I would love to use the car, it's got no tires and there's an army of bots around it. So yeah. Oh, hello, another no. That's two Hulks. Mayhem! Stop asking for the EMP! We are not trying to do things easy! And plus, there is no EMP in this game.
What?
There isn't an EMP in this game.
There is?
There is?
What are you talking about? EMP mortar, EMP ultra strike.
Oh, I thought those were static. Sorry. Well, either way, those are no fun. Why would you? See? Getting killed is fun.
Reinforcing. Last reload.
Well, that's what the cleanup crews are for. No, you're not calling for help. Oh, mama!
What the dog doing?
The dog is staring down oblivion and loving every fucking minute of it.
Reloading.
And yeah, we're in trouble. Ow! Ow! Hot!
Hell divers, never die.
Whom's the oh, I shall grab your shit.
Luke, please run.
1 second. Yay.
Engineer support.
Sleeping.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Ooh, 6 kills with the big boom. By the way, where did Coop's samples disappear to? Oh, they're right there. Coop's on them. Oh yeah, well, Ko always sleeps. He's a napper. Ko was a napper, and the other two, yep, they're passed out on the futon.
Get your ass over here.
I'm coming, I'm coming. What's up?
This is for you.
Oh, thanks.
Orbital inbound.
Yeah, I'm like, the Illuminati came to talk to us, and I'm just like, motherfucker, I was on Malevelon Creek. Do you think you had a chance? Hey, Morningstar. Things are going good. Ah! Hi, Coob.
How'd you like to see some
I've got the turret. I'm happy.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Say hello to democracy.
Right, I'm getting in, I guess. Go, go, go!
Reloading! Woo! Coob! Ugh.
Bruh.
Cry! You killed me!
I'm sorry!
What is this guy doing? I've got your samples. What is he doing? Bro, what is this rookie doing?
calling in reinforcements?
Ugh.
Bonka!
Oh, nice.
Sample collected.
What?
Nice landing, Coob. 10 out of 10.
I'm on it.
Parallel parking, yeah. Let's see. Where's my shit? There's my shit.
Southwest. 50 meters.
Yes!
Grab the shit.
Super credits.
Always nice. Nope, you're not calling for help. Why me?
200 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Ooh! Gotta
Can we please
love
go
it.
to evac? Ow!
Yep. Okay, someone did grab my samples. Okay, yeah, just go to evac. Just run
Yes,
to evac.
I did. I did when you died.
Okay, run!
Why the fuck?
I'm in! Go, 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 go! Gun it! Gun it! Leave them!
Oi! Oh, come on! Okay, go, 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 go!
Ah!
Calling down a sentry. Dropship.
Oh, mamma mia, why?
Requesting sentry.
Mortar up! Actually, bear yet. Why did someone kill my sentry?
Requesting orbital.
Uh-oh.
Look.
I know. I'm okay!
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down the line.
No shit, Morningstar.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Reloading! 50's up! Oh, mama.
Out of ammo. Requesting air support. Okay. Not today. Calling in reinforcements.
Shit, find Coop samples, go!
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Got him.
This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Oh, sudden lag.
Alright, let's get out of here.
That wasn't a Gatling gun, that was a 50 cal, but yes, I love anything that's heavily emplaced.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You have maintained our way of life.
What has been sent to me? Oh, I am getting sufficient amounts of lag. There we go. Okay. Jeez, that was weird on the lag front. No, Mayhem. Not too. There is no level at the moment that where we face every enemy. Jeez, I'm lagging. What the hell? Like, oh my god, this is bad. Give it a minute. Not right now. She went off to go play Magic the Gathering.
Alright. Schluge, I've done my bit. I
you're
think I'm
going
gonna
off?
be going. Yes.
Alright, take it easy, Cry.
I'm gonna be with some other peeps. So,
Alright.
I'll see you around.
See you later, Cry. Thanks for popping in for a while at the very least.
I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Later. Yeah, with Helldivers, I wouldn't put it past, especially with how close the Illuminates did get to the bugs. Mm-hmm.
Keep it up.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Just
Well, no, I'm
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
hydrating. Man, I have my phone with Cry, but now I'm not feeling very Helldivery. Plus this lag again. I'd have to like stop the game to fix it. And if I stop it, I kind of want to play something different now. Ugh. You know? I'm actually thinking, Coob. You know? A lot of people have let me know that the fucking... No, you're fine, Morningstar. No, Mayhem, I don't play the Lego games. You know, actually, though, I do need to do a reaction. You know what? A lot of people have been requesting that I react to the next installment of Animarchy with the Russian Air Force. I haven't really felt the need to it until now, so you know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna go play some... we're not gonna go play. We'll stop the gaming right now for a quick second. We're gonna go do Animarchy. Coob, you're damn right I'm aware. Coob, here's the thing. I need to start getting my hours back in. I need to start... Coob, you remember that my streams used to be like 4 hours. They used to be super fucking long. So, I'm saying I need to get my ass back in gear when it comes to that shit. I need to get back to doing longer streams. That shit needs to... I need to get that shit done! So yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. First things first, though, let me switch this to just chatting, so that way no one comes in here and they're like, why aren't you playing Helldivers? It says you're playing Helldivers. I'm sorry, we switched it up. After all, I did change this to Schluge Reacts and Streams. So yeah, so let me bring up the video. Give me uno momento. Let's see here. Animarchy, let me see the... Oh. Uh-oh, apparently something else is happening with Alpha Busa, too. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'll have to check that out later. Anyway, let's see here. Russian Air Force... Let's see. Aha, here's Animarchy. So, and now, yes, the horrible history of Russian fighter jets, the beginning. Oh no, I'm aware. At some point I will. Let's see here.
On the 20th.
Okay, let's just make sure that all this is set up, and then I will put it on. It is always interesting. I do have a few friends from Mother Russia. But also, you know what, right off the bat, let's also put this out here. Yeah, I have nothing against the Russian people. When it comes to anything that I'm about to say, nothing I will ever say is against anyone's people or stuff like that. If I say anything shitty about someone, it's probably about their government. Because, let's face it, all governments suck. You know what, I should probably also put into my, into here that I am reacting to Animarchy. And 1 second. Yes, send that to everybody so everyone knows, because so many people have wanted me to react to this. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what the fuck happens with Russian fighter jets. Let's get this thing started right now.
On the 24th of April 1946, a warm spring breeze flooded across an airfield southeast of Moscow, belonging to the Soviet Flight Research Institute, on what would be a truly momentous day in Russian aviation history. But beneath the clear and radiant blue of a perfect sky for flying, on the tarmac, a heated, one might even say vicious disagreement was in progress. The staff of two entire aviation development bureaus were staring each other down, both vying for the favor of Comrade Stalin, and with it, the guarantee of building the Soviet Union's next generation of combat aircraft. And the first step in gaining that favor was the honor of having designed the first Soviet jet fighter to fly in history. The problem was that both design bureaus had shown up on that day to claim the title for themselves, and neither wanted to let the other go first. Arguments flew thick and fast both ways, with the content growing ever more scathing. Your jet is just one of your old designs with a German engine strapped to the front. It tries to melt its own tail, for goodness sake. Ours is the pinnacle of cutting-edge Soviet engineering. It should be our aircraft that flies first. Oh, yeah? Yours looks like a mutant flying fish. Look at it, it's disgusting. Our design is an airframe tested by combat and proven to work. I bet yours will just break in half the moment it takes flight. And as for melting our own tail, that's rich coming from you. The back half of your aircraft kept warping into scrap until you put a hunk of steel over it. The argument escalated and escalated. The pride of Tsagi's brightest students was resting on the surface of that runway, and there could be no compromise. Until eventually, it came down to the only possible solution. Comrades, we are getting nowhere. There's only one thing for it. Heads or tails. A shiny 5 kopeck coin sailed into the sky. The only thing that had flown this morning so far, at least from this airfield. And as it tumbled to the ground, the proud national crest of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics landed face up.
Of course.
The men of the Mikoyan-Gurevich Bureau roared into cheers of triumph. The first Soviet jet fighter to ever fly would be their radical new pod and boom design, prototype I-300, designated by NATO as calling code Fargo. Thus, in an auspiciously fitting turn of fate, the first true Soviet jet fighter to take flight in history would set a pattern for the next half a century, as the first ever Soviet jet fighter was a MiG.
And then came a long list of trash.
This video is
aircraft
generously
that would be
sponsored
shot down
by
the F-4
MyHeritage.
Phantom.
As a military historian from a military family, the history of my family is really important to me. And for any history fan, which watching this I assume you are, I reckon it would be important to you too. Uncovering the cool parts of the past is what we do, and MyHeritage can help you with that. Using MyHeritage is really quite simple. You start by building your family tree, and as you can see, here's mine. You can build it and customize it with the click of a button, and you can add photos to each person as you go. So let me add one. This right here is my great-great-grandfather Benny Markey during the Boer War, a British cavalryman attached to the Australian Bushveld Carbineers. But given it's a photo taken in South Africa during the 1800s, it isn't exactly great quality. So we can use the photo enhancer to clear it up, and voila! Looking a bit better. Look at that handsome man. But we can actually do more. Some of you who follow me on Twitch have met my father Dadimaki. Well, using MyHeritage, I found this photo. Behold, Dadimaki age 19. And with the colorizer and enhancer, there we go! Look at him! Though to quote his drill instructor, we could send him to Savile Row and he'd still look like a bag of crap. His hat's on point though. He's gonna kill me for that.
Oh, no.
Though to be honest, the coolest feature for me is the Instant Discoveries feature. Basically, once you add your family tree with as much detail as possible, it will automatically scan over 20 billion historical records to see if there are entries that match your relatives. You can see the little notes on my great-grandparents. Well, it turns out one of my relatives met his end on the fields of Flanders in 1918, 2 months before the end of the war.
Damn.
Much like one of my other great-grandfathers on the Somme.
Jeez.
Nice to know our family's luck hasn't changed that much. I did get one surprise, though. Turns out my grandfather made it in the newspaper for winning a bike race. What a legend. Look at him. Much fitter than I'll ever be. So in the words of the great Molly Meldrum, do yourself a favour and start delving into your family history. Click the link in the description or pinned comment below to start a 14-day free trial. It helps the channel and it will help you. You never know what you're going to find. Thank you to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video, and now to the feature presentation. Alright, for those of you who are new to the channel, every time I make one of these big videos, I have to give a disclaimer. First, I should say that the Soviet Union was a very secretive place, and they weren't exactly in the habit of taking photos of their top-secret jet development programs.
Right.
So there are some segments of this video where the visuals may be a bit boring. And the other thing I need to say is that we are talking about a completely different phase in aviation, that being jets, obviously. Ergo, we have to start at the beginning of the Soviet jet propulsion program, meaning we have to go back and do some overlap. As always. That's right. It's history lesson time. Hit the rewind!
Yay! History lesson!
beautiful Ukraine. Here we are again, only this time in the wonderful city of Kharkiv, a center of learning and culture dating back almost 400 years, boasting some of the finest institutions of both the arts and sciences in Ukrainian, and by extension, Russo-Soviet history. But the one that interests us today is the Kharkiv Aviation Institute, where an aviation engineering graduate of Kyiv Polytechnic was in the process of putting one of his theories into practice. Introducing Arkhip Mikhailovich Lyulka. And he was quite a young man compared to his peers, having been born in a village north of Kyiv on March 10th, 1908. And let me point out what an excellent birthday March 10th is, if I do say so myself, though it's rather depressing that I'm writing about this man as a micro-celebrity YouTuber eating $2 ramen at the exact same age he was while pioneering the future of jet propulsion. Trust me, guys. Once you hit 30, you end up getting some perspective.
I'm already there and I'm at 28.
After getting his degree in engineering, he had gotten a job working at Kharkiv Turbogen. In case you were wondering, they're the company that built or maintained most of the generators and turbines in the Western Soviet Union, including Ukraine's hydroelectric and later nuclear power plants, a role they still perform to this day. So, you have a young, driven and dedicated engineer who loves engines and aeroplanes, while having spent the first part of his career working on generators and turbines. This really was only going to go one way, wasn't it? He wants to go fast. Having excelled in his early roles, he was quickly noted down as promote ahead of peers, and eventually found his way into the aviation engineering field, where he was assigned by his employer to work on a top-secret defense contract for the Red Army Air Force, one of the most convoluted and troublesome projects in the history of Soviet aviation, and I mean its entire history, which is a long list, I know, but trust me, this one is near the top. And for you War Thunder players, first, I won't judge you, and second, brace yourselves. I'm putting a trigger warning here for you people specifically, because I'm about to put something up on screen which will elicit equal amounts of loathing, disgust, and PTSD.
Hit it.
Ladies, gentlemen, and that Technicolor rainbow in between who make up 90% of my female-identifying audience, trans girl, military autist mafia, I see you and I love you, I present to you all the Petyakov P.E.
Oh, not the P. Oh, excuse me. I need to go. Oh, disgusting. What is that? Disgusting. Oh, my poor fucking furry dog eyes. Oh, das ist disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, that dog. Oh, Jimmy. Yeah. Oh, the PE-8. Oh, God. The Soviet heavy bomber. Quote, unquote. The biggest piece of shit Like, let me tell you something. This thing was so racked with problems and so much issues during the time frame. Whenever I see one in War Thunder, I make it a point of shooting it down first. I see, like, oh, there's a PE-8 on the enemy team? Okay, it's target number 1. Oh, my God. Oh, why'd we have to start with this? Oh, God almighty. You know what, I should also probably, like, put in... hang on a sec. You know what, I kind of wanna do this. Copy, full screen again, and do this. Paste. See if it takes it. The update, and hey, it worked. Okay, awesome. Moving on. The category is the same because it says no. It says okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Moving on.
This travesty of a four-engined bomber is a distressing tale of aviation engineering misery.
Yeah.
Long before it became the cancerous tumor casting a blight on realistic ground battles, it was a veritable nightmare for its designers, its manufacturers, and its crews, whether they be the maintainers or the aviators. Commissioned as a replacement for the relatively new but instantly obsolete TB3, The PE-8 was to form the primary arm of a Soviet long-range strike capability capable of interdiction and precision destruction of key strategic targets deep in enemy territory. At the helm of its creation were two legendary designers, Andrei Tupolev and Vladimir Petyakov, both of whom were the most experienced, talented, and capable large aircraft designers in the Soviet Union at the time, having achieved domestic acclaim and international renown. So naturally, Stalin had them both gulagged at the first opportunity just as the project was getting started, resulting in the bureaucrats overseeing the project constantly meddling in its development, changing requirements, forcing redesigns, which in turn led to different components being required, resulting in delays at the various factories involved, leading to, guess what, more arrests for sabotage or wrecking. Half of Sagi were arrested, the chief engineers, their factory directors, and their workshop foremen were also arrested, while a considerable amount of the, expendable workforce found themselves accidentally on the NKVD practice range underneath Lefortovo prison. This left the two chief designers trying to create a long-range four-engine strategic bomber, the most complex type of weapon system in the world at that time, with no staff or equipment available, a shoestring budget, endlessly changing parameters, with increasingly higher performance requirements, while doing all of it from an isolated prison cell, desperately trying to avoid getting shot due to the incompetence of their party overseers.
Why do I feel a horrible sense of foreboding? I'm getting a cold chill up my neck. Like something like this sounds super, super familiar. Fuck.
However, while these purges were severely detrimental to the various socio-economic and defense projects underway across the Soviet Union, the vacancies left by these unfortunate subjects of Stalin's ire could be filled by enterprising younger officers and area professionals who, due to their lower profile, managed to dodge the roving eyes of the Committee for State Security. One of these young professionals being Arkhip Lilka. He had been brought on to the PE-8 project to help design and build the supercharging system for the 4 AM-34 FRN engines fitted to the aircraft. Now, for those of you who've watched my last video, you can probably already predict what's coming next.
Yep.
But if by some twist of fate you haven't, to get the full story, I would recommend watching part 1 first before continuing. Also, like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps in the algorithm, and if you feel so inclined, also join my Patreon to get access to the Discord. It also helps me, pay for food and bills and stuff.
Yeah.
Rather useful. Oh, and like every other creator these days, I'm also partnered with GamerSupps now. So if you want to support the channel that way, use my promo code JDAMN and get 10% off your order.
Okay,
all right,
fucking A. I'm
putting
in an application with GamerSupps.
The Russian and later Soviet aircraft industry has always been near the relative forefront of aviation. The first modern strategic bomber in the Ilya Muromets, their first attempt at a fighter was an aluminium-skinned monoplane, and you had Soviet aviators like Valery Chekalov and the legendary opera singer-turned-pioneer of women's flight, Marina Raskova.
Hell yeah!
They carried out incredible feats, such as the first transpolar flight from Europe to the United States' west coast, as well as the airborne endurance record that stood for a decade. Yet, unlike Achilles, the Soviet aviation industry had two vulnerable heels instead of just one.
Oh.
One of those vulnerable heels was manufacturing, the other was engines. The industrial sophistication required for manufacturing modern, cutting-edge, and ultra-competitive combat aircraft was just not available in the Soviet Union, despite Stalin's genocidal best efforts. A large part of the Red Army Air Force's importation of Western designs was not the licensing and purchase of the aircraft themselves, but rather to learn how they'd been designed and built. This was also one of the major reasons the Soviets had fostered a long-term relationship with the German Weimar Republic to help in building the Luftwaffe while also allowing them to develop their tanks, chemical weapons, and mechanized warfare doctrine, aka Blitzkrieg, away from the prying eyes of the Western Allies. A relationship they would later rekindle in collaboration with Hitler and the Nazis, as one of the crucial stipulations of the Nazi-Soviet Economic Agreement in 1940 was a selection of Germany's latest combat aircraft, namely the Ju-88 and Bf-109. However, I've already done the interwar period and I'm getting sidetracked on a tangent.
Yeah.
The important takeaway here is this practice of acquiring more advanced Western technology to reverse engineer it was a cornerstone of the Soviet military-industrial complex throughout its entire history. Acquisition carried out by licensing it, capturing it in combat, and more often than not, strategic transfer of engineering secrets or equipment to alternate locations. Or rather, one location, namely Moscow.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about just how insane their espionage efforts got a bit later.
Yeah.
The guys from First Chief Director at KGB have some very creative ways of obtaining information. But in the case of Soviet aero engine manufacturing, licensing was the predominant method of acquisition, as practically every single type of motor in use by the Red Army Air Force at the time was a licensed copy or a further development of an imported Western design. The radial engines were either French Gnome Rhones or Wright Cyclones, while the inline engines were developed from the Hispano-Suiza 12Y or the earlier BMW 6. However, there was one notable exception among them. Although being heavily influenced by technical data acquired from the Italian Fiat company, as well as the aforementioned BMW 6 engine, the Mikulin OKB, OKB being the Russian abbreviation for Design Bureau, under
What's up, babe? My car?
Yes.
Are you taking my car?
No, you know I don't drive. My hair clip is in there.
Oh, excuse me, chat, for 1 sec. We'll be right back. I gotta go find some keys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, now time to crawl my sorry ass. Here we go. Keys found, hair color covered. Here we go. Back on topic.
Alexander Mikulin had started development on an indigenous series of engines in the 1920s, utilizing the technology and manufacturing capability they had on hand. And their initial efforts were, to put it mildly, underwhelming.
Oh.
While the core of the engine was of indigenous construction, the magnetos, carbs, and various other components were imported and adapted to fit the design. When delivered to the Central Aviation Motors Institute, the Soviet body for testing and approving aero engines, because every single institution in the Soviet Union has to have a central committee of some kind,
Of course.
the engine failed in almost all the testing criteria.
Why am I not surprised?
With one example suffering what is called in the business critical existence failure.
Oh no. Speaking of critical existence failure, I just remembered the puppies are not here. That is worrisome because Farah is still not entirely housebroken. Be right back. I just gotta call him. Farah, puppies, come here, pups. Puppies, come here. No fiddles, please. Come here, Farah. Come here, sweetheart. There you are. Come here. Farah, please. Please, I just. Now, hopefully, your sister will follow. One kill. I need to go recover the sister. That'll be good. There she is. You're 120 pounds and you're ancient. Just lay down now, pups. Hey, I had to go get the puppy. Anyway, co-op, play nice. Sorry about that, Morningstar. Just had to keep an eye on the pups. You know how it is. Anyway.
It would be subsequently modified and resubmitted for testing numerous times over the next several years with various upgrades, but it continued to fall short of the ever-increasing performance standards set by the Institute to match the improvements made in developing the licensed engines. Yet despite these shortcomings, the need for aero engines to match the production quotas set by Stalin outweighed any quality control concerns. You don't ever fail to meet quota in Stalin's Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Thus, it entered service in 1934, with the designation to match its originating bureau, the McEwen AM-34. As one can imagine, rushing the engine into service before it had been fully developed resulted in poor reliability and serviceability rates, with the matching substandard performance. Further improvements would be required, which leads us back to the Petlyakov P-8. By the time the aircraft had reached the prototype stage, one of the key requirements for the design as a strategic bomber was superior speed and high-altitude performance.
Yeah.
This resulted in some interesting choices. The fuselage needed to be big enough to house the bomb load required, but streamlined enough to compensate for the lower power output of Soviet engines. To achieve this balance, the PE-8 had a pear-shaped configuration rather than the standard aluminium tube. However, this caused another issue. Where do we put the crew? And the answer everyone reached was, well, wherever we can put them. The pilot and co-pilot, instead of sitting in a side-by-side cockpit attached to a larger crew compartment, which would be the traditional option, were instead seated in their own personal cockpits in a tandem arrangement, similar to the B-47 Stratojet. Look at that sexy thing.
I know, that thing is so
Yes, I'm
fucking
making
sexy.
this comparison to include this footage in the video, but just look at that
Oh,
thing.
why didn't we
The
ever modernize that
PE-8
baby?
wishes it looked that good.
Oh, yeah.
But as a bomber of the 1930s era, the PE-8 required a full crew and defensive gunners,
Yeah.
which of course necessitated the ugly bulbous protrusions of the period. The bombardier manned a turret in the nose used to fend off attackers when not on the bomb run. The ventral gunner and the tail gunner had their own compartment in the rear behind the bomb bay. Yet the weird part of this design is the waist gunners. For you see, they weren't stationed in the waist. Oh no.
Nope.
They were in their own claustrophobic little boxes, mounted behind the inboard engine. Which, given the tendency of most Soviet engines of the time to spontaneously catch fire or spew hot oil everywhere, would take some really brave individuals. Especially considering their only way out of these nacelles was through a very tight crawl space into the fuselage, or out of the entrance hatch in the top of the wing.
Yeah.
Which, lest we forget, should they be undertaking an emergency bailout, would be behind the burning hot engines and rapidly spinning propellers, while most likely in a dive or a spin.
Or how about this terrifying scenario? You're one of the gunners in the wings, and the wing gets shot off! And you start wondering, why am I falling so fast? Where's the fuselage? Where's everybody else? Oh shit, the wing was shot off. Oh shit, the wing was shot off! Oh, fuck.
Also, I do feel the need to point out that when intercepting an enemy bomber, the primary target for most fighter pilots when attacking from a rear aspect is the engine nacelles.
Yep.
Isn't that a cheerful thought? Yet these design choices did improve the aerodynamic profile of the aircraft, as it limited the amount of drag caused by reducing the overall front-on surface area. The main issue now was improving the high-altitude performance of the aircraft, which is where the problems really start. Due to the underdevelopment of their industrial base, the lower sophistication of their manufacturing sector, their lack of technological progress as a result of both the aforementioned factors, and their over-reliance on older licensed models of aero engine, the Soviets had a serious weakness in the design and manufacture of a critical component required to give them competitive high-altitude performance in their engines. That being superchargers and turbochargers.
Yep.
Across the entire family of Soviet engine designs from the era of the Second World War, their performance at higher altitudes were significantly inferior to both their German and Allied equivalents. This was due to a number of factors, with one of the larger ones being their disadvantage in the design, quality, and overall reliability of their superchargers.
Yes.
Their lack of access to complex alloys and advanced manufacturing processes meant they were larger, bulkier, and heavier while having a distinctly lower level of performance. Now, it has to be said, this could be compensated for with enough raw power. The next variant of the AM-34, the creatively named AM-35, which we mentioned in Part 1, was rigged with a massive supercharger to provide the missing performance. However, this massive boost in power, without the advanced alloys and manufacturing techniques, would cause the warping of impeller blades and the melting of internal vanes inside the charging system itself, causing serious mechanical failures or engine fires.
Yay,
So, to get around this,
delightful.
a similarly sizable intercooler was fitted behind the supercharger. This resulted in a very powerful, yet very long engine, which found itself fitted to the air defense.
Look at that schnoz! Look at that thing. It looks like a fucking whippet's nose. Look at that thing. Just no, it looks like a fucking boar's. Let me do it for you. Christ Almighty! I've been on the internet too goddamn long.
Defense Force's high-altitude
The
interceptor,
fucking
the
borzoi
MiG-3.
nose.
As you can see, the engine is massive, and the visibility forward isn't exactly helped by the nose-mounted guns, their ammunition cans, and the primary fuel tank being mounted directly behind it.
Bro.
And this wasn't limited to McEwen-built engines. In fact, similar issues would plague the other inline engines in the Soviet lineup, like the VK-105. But due to air combat on the Eastern Front being waged almost entirely at the tactical level, they would be uprated and reconfigured to perform better at lower
Love you,
altitudes,
babe.
which, while causing serious reliability and service life problems as well as still breaking the superchargers, it gave them the performance to compete directly with the German fighters. And the loss in service life could be compensated for by the time-honored Soviet policy of when thing breaks lots, make lots of replacement thing. Chelyabinsk go brrrr.
I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8, 38s, 9, 9, 10 Mac 10s, the shits never end.
It's been far too long since I last used that meme. Shout out to the OG Animarchy fans out there.
Fuck yeah.
But yes, until the arrival of the Daimler-Benz engines acquired through their deal with Hitler, and the later Lend-Lease designs provided to them after that deal fell through rather violently, without technology to reverse engineer, Soviet supercharger design and manufacture was considerably behind other nations. So, in the year of 1938, while amicable Adolf and the Spicy Pinwheel Gang were off Anschlussing Austria, a different solution was required for the PE-8's older AN-34 FRNs, which is why our boy Lilka was brought in. Individual superchargers fitted to the AM-34 did not provide enough of a performance increase for the added weight, while also causing issues in mounting the engine to the nacelles. So the solution they settled on was to fit an entirely separate engine inside the fuselage to independently power one giant supercharger, which would then force the necessary pressurized air into the AM-34s. This idea resulted in the ASTN-2 supercharging system, powered by a Klimov-built Hispano-Suiza 12.
I didn't even know this. What the fuck? Well, excuse me 1 minute. Koa, what are you doing? Koa! Oh, silly boy. Guess he wanted to go sit on this spot. Koa, come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Ben's just gonna go play Magic the Gathering. Let her go have her fun. Oh, don't take it out on soap. And soap, stop bothering Koa. Now, where was I? Koa. Yeah, everyone else said it. Koa! Soap! Soap! Enough! Soap, stop bothering your big brother. You know he's a big old grump. He's an old man. Let the old man be. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. What the actual fuck is it? Look at this monstrosity! You put a supercharger into the fuselage to power all 4 engines. Oh, God. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no! Bruh. No! Oh no! No, 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 no! No! No, this is no. Oh, god damn. I knew it was bad, but this, I never even knew about this. What the fuck is this monster? Look at the size of that thing. That thing's probably bigger than me. And I'm 6'1". Jesus Christ. Oh, continue. This thing's
designed and implemented by Liuka's team for the PE-8.
Jesus.
And despite a significant number of teething troubles, it actually worked.
What?
I like to call it the super duper charger. However, I'm sure you can see the logistical and engineering issues at hand here.
Shut up, Coo.
Not only do you have to have a giant complicated supercharging system requiring the ground crews to pull the top half of the aircraft off to maintain,
What?
you also have to have trained personnel and spare parts to repair not just one, but two different types of engines for the same airframe. A process needing to be done on the rather sparsely equipped forward Soviet air bases by ground crews largely made up of conscripts, most of whom have only just learned how to read. But in the end, it wouldn't matter, because before they could organize mass production of the design, the director and chief engineer of the factory making the AM-34s and the manufacturing staff working on the supercharger were sent on an all-expenses-paid winter vacation to Siberia. Meaning they didn't have any engines to actually put on the PE-8s, or any use for the super-duper charger. So they had to redesign the whole aircraft anyway. They got rid of the super-duper charger to put both a radio operator and a navigator in the newly available compartment vacated by it, while the engines were changed to, and I shit you not, turbo diesels.
What? Diesels? Again, not even I knew about this. These things had diesel engines? Oh my fucking god. Okay, for those of you not in... For those not in the know of why I'm yelling at the fact that these are diesel engines, okay, so the big thing when it comes to aircraft is weight. Weight will always be the biggest one of the biggest factors when it comes to aircraft. Diesel is heavier than aviation gas. They are two different substances, and diesel is not... Here's the thing, diesel, it is great fuel. It is great for longer ranges. Like, the reason semi-trucks use diesel engines is because diesel can last a long time. Like, I've known truckers that can get halfway across the country on one full tank of diesel. Halfway across the country. That's why diesel engines are so fucking amazing. That's why they were put in stuff like ships, submarines, some trucks. But the biggest issue is it's heavier. It's extremely thicker. It's heavier than standard aviation gas. So that's just adding more weight into the system. Oh my god. And that makes the plane, that means that when it comes for a bomber, that means less fuel. That means less bombs. That means it's slower, which makes it harder to run away and outrun fighters. Oh, this is bad. This is awful. What the fuck?
Yes. The Chomsky M40 turbo diesel, to be exact.
Oh my god.
This did wonders for range and fuel efficiency.
Yeah.
But there was a serious trade-off in speed and reliability. How bad of a trade-off? Well, I'm glad you asked. On their first major strategic bombing raid of World War II, or to use the correct term, the Great Patriotic War, of the 8 PE-8s that took off to bomb Berlin on October 1st, 1941, only 2 of them made it back to base, although their lower speed and service ceiling resulted in some pretty nasty battle damage. Even still, they were the lucky ones. As for what happened to the other 6... 1 crashed and burned on takeoff due to an engine failure. 3 more crashed en route due to yet even more engine failures. 1 had trouble keeping up with the group due to engine performance issues, which ended up with them disappearing completely. And as for the last guy, he took off towards Berlin, got met by friendly fighters, which he thought were there to escort the raid, who then promptly shot him to pieces with Schwack 20mm cannons.
Of course.
This was followed by very accurate German flak, wrecking his flight control surfaces, and then, while over Germany, his engines failed, leading to a crash. It was a very rough day.
Oh, also, another thing I need to also point out about Diesel, because I hear this all the time when it comes to people who don't know their shit about Diesel. A lot of people will come out and say, like, oh, Diesel doesn't burn. Diesel doesn't burn. Yes, it does burn. It does catch fire. It's extremely... Here's the thing. It's harder to catch on fire, but here's the biggest issue. Once it's caught on fire, it's extremely hard to put out, and it spreads quickly. That is the biggest issue when it comes to Diesel. Yes, it takes a lot to get it to catch fire, but once it does, it's a real fucking pain to put out. Which is kind of sucks when you're, like, on an airplane or, oh, I don't know, a fucking submarine. That's why so many of us are looking into air-independent propulsion or nuclear power. It's fucking a lot safer because the one thing that scares submariners more than anything else is fire. Let me tell you something. You walk up to, if anyone knows any submariners, walk up to them and then just ask them, how scared are you of fire? They will immediately begin scrambling for a fucking extinguisher. That is how fast those fuckers move. I've seen that happen. Fucking A. Oh, this is a nightmare.
To say, after this catastrophic display, the Soviet High Command decided to put the Mikulin engines back on, and thankfully by now, they had access to an improved and lighter version of the AM-35, with a better supercharger, the AM-35A.
Really?
It still wasn't fantastic, but it would do the job. Which was excellent news, because this took place just in time for the factory building them to be expanded, paving the way for the might of Stalinium-plated strategic bombers to lay waste to the fascist invader. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
no,
of course you were.
The entire project was cancelled, and the production run was limited to just under 100 aircraft. The Soviet strategic bombing program was abandoned in favour of tactical aviation, and the Mikulin engines were to be respec'd for low-altitude missions aboard the far more useful IL-2 Sturmovik.
Fair enough.
Which, honestly, was the correct decision.
Yeah.
However, the PE-8 would still see service throughout the war as a bomber reserved for particularly fortified targets, with its massive 10,000-pound bomb coming in particularly handy for those.
That's fair.
It also served as a long-range VIP transport for Molotov when visiting the UK and the United States.
Okay.
After the war, it would be a test bed for various Soviet advanced aviation projects. It performed the same role as the B-29 in carrying the Soviet X-1 equivalent, the Biznovat 5, though the initial Soviet attempts to break the sound barrier failed. They also used the PE-8 to experiment with cruise missile deployment, using Soviet-made air-launched V-1s for the testing. And they also served as an Arctic exploration and weather aircraft well into the late 50s. But I know you probably have one glaring question for me. Why, in a video about fighters, have I spent the last 20 minutes talking about a bomber? Well, aside from introducing the father of Soviet jet development, as well as the inventor of the modern turbofan, which almost every jet aircraft uses today.
Yes.
That's right, Arkhip Lulka invented the turbofan.
Okay, we'll give the Soviets this one. You invented the turbofan. Congratulations. Okay. How many of your flags are still on the moon? I'll wait. I'm sorry. You still didn't make it to the moon, though. I'm sorry. Once you make it to the moon, you've made it. And we made it. So,
It goes to demonstrate the serious issues the Soviets were having with their conventional piston power plants and their failures in improving them to compete. And due to their geopolitical situation, that being, and there really is no way of putting this lightly, an isolated, mass-murdering authoritarian regime born from a violent revolution that invaded all of Eastern Europe.
Yes.
Twice.
Yes.
Everyone around them, as well as a good number of their so-called allies, read subjects, and even some of their own citizens, wants them very, very dead.
Yep.
As such, the Soviets throughout their history found themselves behind militarily in technical and engineering development, while simultaneously being under the constant threat of either invasion, proxy conflict, or insurgency.
Yep.
This meant they had to use every single means available to them to even the score, whether it be reverse engineering acquired technology, leveraging brute force by over-engineering and refining existing technology to its limits, or, in many cases, pushing out beyond those limits, no matter how outlandish it seems, in the hopes that their research may give them a cutting edge, aka the Wunderwaffe strategy. Sometimes this would work, such as...
Oh yeah, Coob, absolutely. Yeah, like, let me tell you this, submariners, they drill for fires, like, at least 3 times a week when they're out at sea. They will drill that constantly. They do it so much, like, they can see their fucking, like, they know where their gear is. They can find their gear, put it all on, and find their way to the space on the sub that is on fire, blindfolded. That's how fucking good these guys are. So, yeah. Yeah, they're scared of it, but they know how to fucking handle it. They're fucking excellent.
Their digital fire control systems in their mid to late Cold War tanks, and their developments in data link via their doctrinal focus on ground-controlled intercepts. But most of the time, however, yeah. Well, at least they aren't alone in that.
Okay,
Never
fair.
leave the guys
Okay,
at
fair.
Lockheed Skunk Works unsupervised with a budget.
Yeah.
Though you gotta admit, Cold War superweapon projects on both sides were absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Just look at the Caspian Sea Monster.
Fair enough.
Oh,
that thing is just
so cool!
It's cool! It's
Yet
a
there is
piece
one
of
other
shit,
factor
but
in all
it's
of this
cool!
that we need to address. And it is the most important factor of all. The Soviets are communists.
Yep.
Or more accurately, they are a unitary Marxist-Leninist state oligarchy re-dictatorship. And for all of the salty tankies in the comments, scroll through the CEOs of Russia's major corporations today and have a look at what job they used to hold. What a shock. They were all former senior members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Funny how that works, isn't it? They operate on a planned economy without a private sector. Furthermore, they are a state built on the ruins of an underdeveloped, unindustrialized feudal empire, which meant, in order to pursue socialism in one country after their failed invasions of Eastern and Central Europe during the Russian Civil War, it led to Stalin's focus on industrialization at any cost, while continuing the Tsarist policy of Russification to crush any separatist or nationalist sentiments.
Yeah.
1 million died in the Great Purge at least, with millions more in the Holodomor across Ukraine, the Caucasus, and steppe republics. Ethnic cleansings of minority populations and class enemies killed even more. With the class enemies including the intelligentsia, business owners, and technical professionals.
Yeah, again, Coop, think about this. You're in basically a giant soda can surrounded by enough pressure around you to kill you instantly without any pain, and you have a very limited supply of oxygen. Any submariner, if anyone says they're a submariner and they say they're not scared of anything, they are lying! They are lying to you! Yeah, submariners are fucking badasses. If anyone ever sees a submariner out in public, if you see anybody who's earned their dolphins, go up there and buy them a beer. They fucking earned it. Plus, they have some of the coolest fucking jobs. I mean, come on! Submarines are fucking cool!
Causing even further damage to the already devastated economic fabric of the country.
Anyway, back to
And
Russia.
after all of that, they have now been subjected, through the incompetence of their leadership, who enabled it to begin with, to the single largest conflict in human history, which has resulted in the deaths of 26...
Also doesn't help that submariners, now that I think of it, also doesn't help. Like, most of our submariners, well, all of our submariners, they're right next to nuclear reactors. I mean, yeah, we're not using RBMK reactors or anything from the fucking Soviets or communist nations. Our fucking reactors are excellent, but still, radiation is still scary regardless of any reactor.
million of its people, and the destruction of all they had sacrificed to build west of the River Volga. The economic damage inflicted to the Soviet Union during the Second World War cannot be overstated.
Nope.
To put that kind of loss into perspective, Between Stalin and the Nazis, the Soviet Union has lost over 30 million people and half of its entire economy in just a decade. No country, not even the mighty USSR, could ever truly recover from such a blow. And some historians argue that it never really did. The point I'm making is, economically and geopolitically, they are an isolated pariah with an ideology that prevents them from taking some of the most important steps to handle the crippling economic issues that face them. An ideology that leads to a bureaucracy which would make even the American Veterans Affairs Department seem streamlined. All while being operated by a corrupt political party apparatus rife with nepotism, which as long as you know the right person or have the rubles, can make certain items fall off the back of a truck. A truck the Americans most likely gave them due to Lend-Lease, but that's a story for another time. Add all of this up together, and what do you get? The honest answer is, not much. And that is precisely the problem. It's a tale as old as time. The Soviet Union, just like Karl Marx in fact, was perpetually flat broke. With limited hard currency to purchase goods on the international market, and no guarantee that the market would actually sell to them, while domestically their economy had all the issues we've already discussed, and more besides. Combine that with their deficient high technology sector, and the Soviets had to get creative in handling the various operational problems their military was presented with, while doing it on a relatively tight budget. Their solutions had to be easy to make, easy for undereducated conscripts to maintain and operate. It had to do the job well enough to be competitive, but above all, it had to be cheap. So, you have a large fleet of conventional piston engine aircraft, which have substandard performance, especially at high altitude. Only for the enemy to start fielding superprops and jet fighters, which your aircraft can't even get close to catching. Yes, they have resolved most of the issues by 1944 with the LA-7 and the Yak-3 and so forth, but the Me-262 and British Gloucester Meteor are in a class of their own. Which brings us back to our boy Arkhip Lyulka. After having developed the super-duper charger for the PE-8, he used the same team he'd put together on that project to work on this other idea he had, namely the RDT-1, the first ever Soviet jet engine, a two-stage centrifugal turbojet producing 1,000 pounds of thrust. Now the problem is, 1,000 pounds of thrust is half the power that other nations' jets are producing at the time. The engine wasn't workable as a power plant, and despite the State Defense Committee seeing great potential and showing enthusiasm, did they give Lyulka enough money and resources to source alternate high-quality alloys? No. Did they give him time to work out a more efficient axial flow system? No. And develop a working design that they can manufacture so they can field an engine quickly to catch up? Nope. No, of course they didn't. And just to make things even worse, at the exact moment he started development on the TR-1, an axial flow engine, which could eventually produce 2,800 pounds of thrust.
There we go.
Hitler and Halder's not-so-excellent Eastern Adventure kicks off, and Lyulka's team is forced to evacuate to the Urals and build engines for T-34s.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yay.
Thus, the Red Army Air Force entered World War II with absolutely no active jet programs and no hope of catching up. Right? Wrong. For you see, Lyulka wasn't the only one working on jet technology in the Soviet Union. There were other design bureaus in similar fields also pursuing the goal of faster aircraft. The more famous one is, of course, Koryalov and Glushko, who, obviously being the future heads of the Soviet space program, were focusing their efforts into rocket technology, and given the affordability of rocket engines in relation to their performance numbers, they got priority. Well, at least they did before they got gulagged and further development for rocket-powered aircraft was taken over by Isayev and Berezyak. I mentioned the rocket fighters program briefly in the previous video. However, most people are familiar with the Me-163 and how that went, so I won't retread old ground. Suffice it to say, rocket interceptors aren't very useful for anything except point defense, and even then, they are far too dangerous to actually operate.
Oh god, yes.
So to achieve higher speeds for frontline fighters, the transition to jet technology was the only option. Which is where our other design team comes in. Led by one of Sergei Koryalov's most gifted protégés, a friend of Lyulka's, and a man who would also become a titan of the Soviet space program. His name was Igor Alexeyevich Merkulov, and he is perhaps one of the most important aviation engineers of modern times that you've never heard of, as he is the man who designed and built the world's first ever operational ramjet.
What? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I've never
That's
heard
right,
of...
guys.
What?
That's why this video took so long to research, write, and produce. Yes, in the 1930s, the Soviets had a top-secret ramjet program.
What?
But there is a question that some of you must be asking. What is a ramjet? Well, a ramjet is the simplest type of jet propulsion and one...
What? What? The fucking Reds beat us to the ramjet? What? The fucking Reds beat us to the ramjet? Are you fucking kidding me? It's not, I don't care if it was a fucking Soviet ramjet, it's not... It's not about the fact that it's about the principle of the matter. It's the principle that's fucking pissing me off here. The fucking Reds beat us? No fucking way.
One of the earliest concepts for jet power ever devised. Instead of using the complex combination of turbines or centrifuges to compress and combust providing thrust, a ramjet uses forward velocity and the shape of the engine to perform the same function. Basically, you start going fast, and once you're up to speed, air goes through the engine fast enough that the engine pressing against the air itself compresses the air inside the engine by forcing it through a diffuser. Basically, that's a big cone in the intake which forces a lot of air through a very small space, thereby compressing it while slowing it down, thereby making it combustible. Then, once it's in the combustion chamber, you combine the compressed air with a fuel mixture. You light a spark, and then force the resulting explosion out through another small nozzle to the rear, generating thrust. And thus, the basic propulsion formula of suck, squeeze, bang, blow is achieved.
Yep.
This methodology has two significant advantages.
To note, everybody, I'm... Yeah. By all means, Coob. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead and clip that or post that somewhere. If you can post it in the server, by all means. But yeah. So to everyone who isn't living under a rock here, so a ramjet. This is something we've been trying to push for well over a decade. For our fighters, our bombers, our missiles, everything. This stuff gives us the ability to go Mach 4 consistently. Right at the moment, our planes can only reach around Mach 2. Even our most advanced aircraft can only reach Mach 2 and stay there. This shit will allow us to go Mach 4 and faster. To put it in perspective, we've only ever had one true ramjet engine, and that was on the SR-71 Blackbird. That is, yeah, and it was too fucking big to be put on a bomber or a fucking fighter. That's how big it fucking was. We had to put it on a fucking reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, the fucking SR-71, beautiful goddamn plane. But yeah, that is how hard it is to put on this thing. And at the moment, international defenses for ramjet engines and ramjet missiles and aircraft, it's hard. It's not impossible to shoot down ramjet aircraft and ramjet missiles. We still have the systems. Like, honestly, the laser defense grid is probably the best idea that a lot of people have come up with to defend against ramjets and hypersonics. But they're still in their infancy. We're still working out the bugs. We're still working out the bugs. It is what it is. But it's a lot better than what the Soviets have got. And compared to Soviet missiles are shit, we're still pretty good. But still, point still stands. This is something very hard to achieve. But the fact the Soviets did it before us in the fucking 40s and 50s, this pisses me off. Ugh.
First and foremost, they are one of the most affordable and reliable forms of jet propulsion.
It is too.
A feature derived from their simplicity.
Yeah.
The only moving parts in this design are the fuel line into the combustion chamber and the ignition source.
Yeah.
Everything else is a natural physical reaction made possible by the engine simply being there.
Gotta love
The other major benefit is that because of that physical reaction being the primary generator of thrust, once a ramjet gets going, it steadily gets more efficient and more powerful the longer it runs. The faster you go, the better a ramjet gets, until eventually you are going at speeds colloquially known as Mach Jesus. Yet the observant, thoughtful, or engineering-inclined among you will right now be pointing out that ramjets are relatively rare, which means they must have some serious drawbacks. Otherwise, everyone would use them.
Yeah.
And if you've been paying attention, you can probably guess what they are. The primary source of power for an engine is the compression ratio mixed with the combustion process, aka the squeeze and the bang, providing the blow.
Yeah.
And a ramjet generates its compression ratio in relation to its velocity. So, if you fire up a ramjet on the tarmac, the jet isn't moving.
Yeah.
And without a compression mechanism, it doesn't have a way to generate what is called in the business static thrust. And without thrust, well, yeah, you're a glider.
Yep.
And this in turn leads to the other major drawback. If the efficiency and power output of your engine is directly linked to your forward velocity, you need to already be going fast enough for the engine to efficiently run to make it worth having in the first place. In short, you have to have an
Morningstar, no offense, this is a reaction channel. My reactions have always been over the top. You should know this about me.
alternate means of propulsion to get you up to that speed before the ramjet becomes a viable source of thrust. And what is the airspeed required for a ramjet to become viable? Around Mach 1.5 to Mach 2.
Yeah.
You see, the compression ratio of a ramjet doesn't get properly high enough until you surpass the compressibility barrier near the speed of sound, which is where different components on an aircraft are going supersonic, disrupting airflow and causing serious issues. A wing generates lift by causing a difference in air pressure above and below an airfoil. When you start approaching supersonic speeds, the faster air moving over the top of the flight surfaces or at the end of a high-speed propeller start causing sonic shockwaves. Most of you will remember this phenomenon from the flying natural disaster that was the XF-84 Thunderstorm.
Oh!
However, once you get past the sound barrier, if the diffuser is properly configured on the engine, a ramjet can use the shockwaves caused by going supersonic to exponentially increase the compression of air flowing in, thereby making the engine far more powerful. How powerful, you might ask? Well, the aircraft which really took this technology to its highest heights so far is one which anyone who knows anything about cool technology would be very, very familiar with.
The Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah!
Strategic reconnaissance aircraft capable of Mach 3 and an altitude of 85,000 feet.
You sure do seem to know a lot about it.
Do you even read my Christmas list?
Designed by Lockheed Skunk Works, built with tactically acquired Soviet titanium.
Oh, yeah, baby.
What a machine. Just look at it. The SR-71 Blackbird uses a unique variant of ramjet called the Turbo Ramjet, which, as shown here in this excellent animation, uses a traditional afterburning turbojet to get up to speed, and then uses the supersonic compression of the airflow to augment its afterburners at higher Mach numbers, improving fuel efficiency while greatly improving top speed. It achieves this by manipulating the diffuser at the front of the engine at different speeds to get that effect. And it's these very qualities that make the ramjet and its more advanced descendant, the supersonic combustion ramjet, or scramjet, the key to achieving the next major milestone in aviation: controlled and sustainable hypersonic flight. Yet all of this was still a developing field and completely unknown in the 1930s. Merkulov was the first man to actually build one of these things, and it wasn't an easy process. It took him years of calculations, research, and experimentation before his efforts paid off. And in the end, do you know what his proof of concept was? This mad lad made a scale model of his design, fitted it to an artillery shell, and yeeted that bitch out of a cannon.
What?
The telemetry data from the experiment, combined with the theoretical modeling he...
Are you sure this guy wasn't American? Because that's American as fuck. Bro. Okay. Respect. Game recognizes game. Okay. Bravo.
done in a wind tunnel, which was made out of wood at the time, and doing that with a jet seems rather sketchy, but this is Soviet Russia, so let's call it Smakalka. All of this allowed him to get past a lot of the hurdles that stood in the way of developing this system in the past. Originally, people theorized that the amount of airflow required, combined with the amount of fuel to generate worthwhile power output, would need an air intake and combustion chamber so unbelievably huge that the engine itself would be bigger than and way more than the aircraft it was supposed to be fitted to. In fact, the French aviation industry worked on that assumption all the way into the 50s, making the decision that if the ramjet engine needed to be the size of the aircraft, why not make a ramjet engine the aircraft itself?
Holy...
The Leduc 022 is completely ridiculous and, unsurprisingly, didn't work.
Yeah.
Because it turns out making an aeroplane that is also a ramjet is A, extremely hard, B, horribly impractical, and C, incredibly flammable.
Yeah.
It is, however, very cool and very French. Plus, we also needed something in this video that's even scarier to bail out of than the PE-8, and boy howdy. I just love the idea of putting my cockpit inside the air intake of a jet engine.
Jesus.
Nothing could possibly go wrong with that design decision. Okay, I know. This is a Soviet aviation video, not a French one, and it's supposed to be about fighters. So, back to our constantly struggling communists. Merkulov, having developed his ramjet and proven that it could offer a significant boost to aircraft performance, submitted his design to the People's Commissariat of Aviation Industry, who immediately said he was talking out of his arse, and that his engine wouldn't even work, let alone operate reliably. Merkulov responded to this criticism by putting his prototype engine, the DM-1, on a glider in a wind tunnel and fired it up.
Oh no.
The ramjet would proceed to run for half an hour straight with no flameouts, which for any jet in the 1930s is a serious achievement, let alone a Russian-built ramjet in the era of the Great Purge. With his naysayers seemingly silenced, Merkulov was authorized to continue development of the concept. But the question is, what on earth would you use these engines for? They can't be the primary propulsion system, and as we've already discussed, Soviet rocket engines were also undergoing development difficulties at the time, and had the ever-so-slight issue of the fuel being made of acid, which was eating the engines as well as the ground crews, to say nothing of the randomly triggered sudden unscheduled disassemblies common to rockets of the period. Merkulov and the State Defense Committee, however, had other ideas. The biggest weakness of Soviet aircraft design was their engines, as we know, and the Red Army Air Force had literally thousands of conventional aircraft in service, as well as thousands more coming off the production lines that weren't competitive with the Luftwaffe's latest variant of the 109, or their upcoming heavy fighter, the FW-190. So they got to thinking. What if we could use ramjet technology to augment their thrust and give them that extra boost of speed to literally close the gap on the enemy?
Oh no.
Problem is, the first prototype was only a proof of concept. To make this work, they'd have to build a full-size technology demonstrator, and their dinky little wooden wind tunnel wasn't going to cut it. So they had to use Sagi's wind tunnel for the project design, and it was designated, you aren't going to believe this, the DM-2. This version was significantly chonkier, double the size of the original prototype, and when they put it through wind tunnel testing, it ran for 2 hours straight.
Goddamn.
Merkulov, after all these years, had finally done it. A working, practical ramjet that stood up to the test in controlled conditions. All that was left now was to take it to the final stage, actually applying the ramjets to a frontline fighter aircraft and doing it for real.
Oh no.
Invigorated by their progress, Merkulov and his team approached the Central Aviation Motors Institute to get their project peer-reviewed and cleared for testing. And, rather fittingly, the man who looked over the ramjet program was none other than A.A. Merkulin himself. When he finally finished analysing the data and the overall concept for the flight testing program, he turned to Merkulov's deputy chief engineer and said, and I quote, Your plane will explode in a fireball. You should consider yourselves lucky if the pilot descends on an unburned parachute. Which is a bit rich, given how some of his prototype engines went. But the man had a point. This was unproven technology with a history of catching fire and exploding. However, when Merkulov's team relayed this analysis to the test pilot, he reacted like any test pilot worth the name would react. Experimental engines that could potentially send us to the sound barrier in a storm of glory or down in a blazing fireball? A human sacrifice on the cutting edge of technology and engineering, or a legend to last for all time? Test pilot Loginov had only one thing to say. I believe in these engines and I am ready to fly. Or, in other words, it we ball.
Fucking we ball!
Yet there was still the final matter of what
Typical
aircraft
test
to use
pilots,
as a
you
test.
gotta love them!
The I-16 was the frontline
fucking
fighter at the
balls
time,
on
as
these
the
guys.
Lag-3 and Yak-1 had yet to be...
Test pilots, I fucking love you guys. They're literally like, I either become legend or I become legendary in death. Seems like a win-win for me, so, fuck it. Strap that thing to me and let's fucking go. Gotta love test pilots, man. Those fuckers are crazy. Love them.
...be approved for operational service. And as a monoplane with a considerable thrust-to-weight ratio for the time, it was considered fit for purpose at the moment. That left only one possible choice. An aircraft serving as a mainstay of the Red Army Air Force, while still needing some extra power and performance to get it over the line. Oh yeah, they went there.
What did they use?
May I present to you all the ramjet-powered I-153 BIS, a.k.a. the Jet Chiker, an aircraft...
No, I have to be dreaming. No, they didn't. They did. Oh my god, they seriously ratchet strapped a pair of turbojets to a biplane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nobody show Mike Sparks this. He'll have his heart will explode. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone knows me, you know I've always reacted to Laserpig, and I have a really big beef with the reformers, like Mike Sparks, Pierre Spray, and the rest of those shitheels. This is their fucking what? Of course it was Morningstar. If you don't like me maniacally laughing, then I'm sorry. But this is what this channel's all about. Overreaction and having fun. This is what the fucking reformers must have wanted. A fucking ramjet biplane. This is what they've always wanted. Oh my god, we finally found it. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. A fucking biplane with turbojets. Now here's the thing. That thing just looks like death. But that also looks, well, this looks metal as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. This thing looks gangster and ballin' as fuck. Bro, that almost looks like a Star Wars plane. Like, this is like the most bubbled X-Wing I've ever fucking seen. This is beautiful. I hate it, but I also love it. Oh my god, where? Oh, I'm so pissed Cry took off because he would probably have a fucking heart attack looking at this shit. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, let's continue.
So powerful in its aura that it stands out at the pinnacle of low-tier World of War players.
Oh my,
I'm convinced the entire player base of that game stays for this thing alone. In November of 1939, on a wintry day, the men of Merkulov's team gathered on an airfield near Moscow for the test flight. Loginov fired up his conventional engine and took off. Climbing to altitude, he accelerated up to maximum speed and hit the thrusters. Nothing. Flash. Poof. Flame out. In front of the entire committee. Well, shit. It was back to the drawing board. At the factory, the problem was soon to be discovered as a flameout of the ignition source due to the icy Russian winds blowing a gale through the motor at too high a speed and at too low a temperature to successfully ignite the fuel inside.
Of course.
So after reworking the ignition system and adding the traditional Russian secret ingredient to the fuel mixture, alcohol, they were ready to try again. On December 13th, 1939, the Defense Committee, the People's Commissariat for Aviation, and even a representative of the Central Committee of the Communist Party all made the journey to the airfield for its proper debut. They'd been
This guy's about to get gulagged, isn't he? This man's about to go to the gulag.
assured it would work this time by Merkulov. Like most pioneers in aviation around the world, but especially in the Soviet Union, all of their great ventures eventually come down to one roll of the dice, to either impress their backers or find themselves in the unemployment line. Or in the case of the USSR, potentially worse. And at this moment, right here, this was Merkulov's. Loginov fired up the I-153 and took off down the runway, climbing into a circuit. After reaching altitude, he once again throttled up to maximum speed, sweeping into a shallow dive in front of the viewing crowd, and once he leveled out for a fast pass, he hit the ignition. Flames shot out of the ramjets as they engaged, sending a constant stream of fire behind the aircraft. And when I say behind the aircraft, I mean it was genuinely streaking sheets of flame about 20 feet behind the tail assembly.
God damn!
The observers on the ground were amazed by the spectacle while simultaneously shitting bricks, because as I established in part 1, all Soviet aircraft of the interwar period were made out of wooden airframes coated in stressed fabric, which, when you fill them with fuel and ammunition, makes the aircraft incredibly flammable. After flying several circuits of the field, Loginov brought the I-153 in for a safe landing.
You're kidding.
Taxiing up to the assembled dignitaries, he reported the successful and smooth operation of the ramjets, getting them the green light to continue the project.
Oh my god.
However, when reviewing the data, the design team noted with concern that the increase in speed was nowhere near their projections. After burning all that fuel and fitting two large, slightly heavy, unaerodynamic metal tubes to the wings, they had only managed to increase the top speed by 50 kilometers an hour, or roughly 30 miles an hour for our American friends. They had to improve the performance drastically, otherwise the return on investment would not be worth the loss of range and agility. They needed to go bigger, and they needed to get radical. After developing a fourth model of their ramjet, again with the groundbreaking designation DM-4, Merkulov submitted a proposal to the State Committee for the Aviation Industry of the Soviet Union to build a factory in order to design and build high-speed ramjet-powered aircraft, augmented with rocket engines for use as interceptors. He was essentially working on the same principle as engineers working on the hypersonic projects today. He was really ahead of his time. Only he was going to utilize rocket engines instead of standard jets to get up to speed and altitude. Reviewing the design team's progress on the project and the ever-increasing threat from Germany, the committee approved this measure. They were going to build these things. And he got that approval in April of 1941.
Oof.
Cue the music.
Yeah. Sabotage, always appropriate.
Once again, Hitler and Halder's not-so-excellent Eastern adventure has inadvertently crushed the hopes and dreams of Soviet jet aviation.
Yep.
With both the 2nd and 3rd Panzer Groups storming towards their testing facilities, the entire team had to be evacuated multiple times, eventually ending up all the way in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, what we in Australia would call the middle of Whoop Whoop, more commonly known in America, however, as butt nowhere. With no factory, no resources, and half his staff at the front, helping with the factory relocation effort, or dead, Merkulov rejoined Lyulka and the other Soviet designers in the Urals, quickly getting to work on improving conventional weapon systems to beat back the fascist invader. And there all of them would stay. Until it arrived. After receiving high-quality aluminium, examples of Western technology...
Wow, look at all those great Soviet aircraft. Oh, wait a minute. Those are P-39 Air Cobras and A-20 Havocs. Those aren't Soviet airplanes, but they have Soviet markings.
An extensive experience gained in very bloody aerial combat, the Soviets developed a series of absolute war-winning designs. Lavochkin redeemed his abortion of aviation, the Lag-3, and turned it into a Nazi-killing machine.
Hell yeah.
The La-5, which would later become the La-7. Yakovlev, meanwhile, refined his original design into an aircraft so lethal, German pilots were advised to avoid engaging it entirely. With access to Lend-Lease, the provision of high-quality aluminium was no longer an issue, and so the Yak-3 could finally enter serial production. Smaller and lighter than the Yak-9, the mostly metal Yak-3 was then fitted with an over-tuned VK-107A, providing what can only be described as a ludicrous power-to-weight ratio for a World War II fighter.
Ludicrous speed, go!
When you factor in these aircraft alongside the Allies, who are now deploying the P-51D, the Spitfire Mark 9 LF, the Hawker Tempest, and of course, my beloved, the Germans appeared to be at long last on the back foot in the air. Or at least that was until intelligence started filtering through in late 1943, containing disturbing information about strange aircraft achieving speeds previously unheard of. A bizarre push-and-pull design, so heavily armed it could split a B-17 clean in half, all while outrunning the escorts.
Yeah.
A variant of FW-190 far more capable than any previous conventional design before it. But by far the scariest was an aircraft with the profile of a shark, 4 30mm cannons, and no propeller at all. With the crisis of 41 to 42 firmly in the past, the victory at the Battle of Stalingrad, and their frontline fighters finally able to seize the skies from the Luftwaffe for the time being, the State Defense Committee ordered all the jet and rocket design teams to get back to work on their projects with immediate effect. They needed aircraft which could catch and kill these new Wunderwaffen, and they needed them right the hell now. Issuing a requirement for a hybrid power design utilizing a piston engine supplemented by alternative power. Lyulka and his team immediately resumed work on the TR-1 turbojet, while Merkulov managed to tactically acquire a more modern fighter aircraft to continue his testing program. It took a while to arrange and a few bribes here and there, but eventually he managed to snag a Yak-7 that no one was using and strapped an upgraded variant of his DM-4, designated the DM-4S, onto it. Once again, attached to an aircraft not designed for them, the ramjets took flight. An aircraft piloted by, and I swear I'm not joking with this, Flying Officer Anakin at the controls.
Now this is pod racing.
No way!
Except...
No way! This guy's name was Anakin! What? Bruh! Bruh! What reality am I living in? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Oh, fucking. This is where the fun begins! Or actually, no. I have a bad feeling about this.
It wasn't. Just like before, without a high enough Mach number, The ramjet concept just wasn't going to produce enough power.
Makes sense.
And with the rocket mixed power concepts having insufficient range as well as a tendency for sudden kaboom, it appeared that until Lyulka could build a functional turbojet with enough thrust to be viable, they were out of practical options. Only they weren't.
Oh.
Because it was then Artyom Mikoyan came forward with a proposal for a new design, using technology that had seemed like an irrelevant dead end, obscured in the bureaucracy by the rocket and jet programs. Artyom Mikoyan proposed using the motor jet.
Oh, no.
In 1943, the Central Institute for Aviation Motors had been looking at the work underway by Lyulka and Merkulov. In their assessment of the progress made on jets, it became clear that their designs were not going to yield results in the time crunch they were facing. These new German types are going to enter service within a year or so, and the Red Army Air Force needed an answer as soon as possible. With that in mind, they had detailed a group of engineers to start developing what would come to be known as the Jet Propelled Auxiliary Compressor, or VRDK in Russian. This small team, under Professor K.V. Kolchevnikov, had been working on a propulsion system that would integrate jet technology into a piston-powered design while still being within the technological and manufacturing limitations of the Soviet aviation industry. Called a motor jet in the West, the concept is very simple. An axial turbojet is fitted inside the airframe with the main piston engine acting as the power for the compressor. However, instead of being part of the primary power plant for the airframe, it instead operates as a form of war emergency power, or in layman's terms, a turbo booster, kind of like how NOS is used in racing games or the Fast movies. The pilot maneuvers the aircraft to get just within range of the enemy superprop or jet fighter. Once he's there, he engages the VRDK system, which draws power from the main engine while powering the turbojet in the fuselage. This, in theory, gives the pilot a boost in speed great enough, while having a duration 10 minutes longer than your average rocket motor would provide, to close with, engage, and destroy the bandit. And Artyom Mikoyan saw great potential for rapid implementation of this technology. Plus, like everybody else in the aviation business, he also wants to go fast. At the time, Klimov had developed their famous VK-105 into the complete monster of a motor designated the VK-107, the engine I mentioned before in the Yak-3.
I just realized something. I don't have my phone by me. Excuse me for a second, chat. I want to go grab my phone just in case, Ven needs me or I get an important call. I just realized that my phone is nowhere near me. So, BRB, guys. I just need to quickly go get that. I just realized that. Sorry about that, folks. Just wanted to make sure. Anyway, we're back, so let's get back to it.
Giving it the ridiculous climb rate and top speed. The problem was, of course, that it had a service life of like 30 hours, which is completely unacceptable compared to any other nation's engine industry, but this is the Soviet Union. They are making thousands of these things at a time, and if it wasn't clear enough by now how the Soviet military-industrial complex works regarding this practice in Soviet engine design, I'm just going to put this clip here.
Uh-oh.
And the business, we call this foreshadowing.
So, Mikoyan went to Klimov, and he had them adapt their VK-107 to the VRDK system, while having them increase the manifold pressure even higher than the already overtuned A variant, along with a water injection system so it can rev even higher. As they were doing that, he then went to the drawing board and decided that given the mission profile of catching and destroying enemy jets, the traditional school of Soviet fighter design was the best one. Put the biggest possible engine in the smallest possible airframe, make space in the fuselage for a jet engine somehow, put guns in it, and then throw it at the fascists until they die. What resulted was this. Object I-250, designated the MiG-13. As you can see, despite using advanced technology, it is, at its core, a very simple design. This thing is almost entirely engine. Its endurance wasn't very good, but Soviet aircraft are designed to operate from forward airfields or as interceptors, so this wasn't really an issue. What mattered was could it fly, and did it go fast? And the answer to both was yes. Kind of. You see, by the time MiG had designed the airframe, received the engine from Klimov, fitted the VRDK system, and built the thing, it was November of 1944, and they still had all the ground tests to do. By now, the Red Army had pushed the Germans out of the motherland, and they were now encamped on the Vistula River watching the Poles launch the Warsaw Uprising. And despite being literally less than 5 miles away, they decided they weren't going to help or even let the Allies land supplies for them, because they were resistance fighters from the Polish government in exile. And the Nazis were doing Stalin a favor, murdering all of the people he missed during the Katyn massacre, who could cause him problems later, when he rigged the elections he promised Roosevelt Poland would have after its so-called liberation. The war, by this point, was practically over. The Nazi Wunderwaffe, which posed such a great threat, had proven to be an illusion. Through bureaucratic chicanery and a lack of access to rare metals, as well as a crippling shortage of fuel, the German jet fighter threat was not a significant factor, and even if they had been, all the jets were quite rightly focused on the combined bomber offensive underway from the Western Allies, a campaign which had all but destroyed the Luftwaffe fighter force, granting Soviet frontal aviation almost complete air superiority. A fact Russian histories tend to gloss over these days. Mikoyan was behind schedule, and he knew it. He was taking up valuable resources and even more valuable time on technology that was very quickly becoming obsolete. He had to speed things up and do it now. The testing phase was accelerated. A limited production run of aircraft began at his factory, so they could get started as soon as the design was approved. After all his other designs are approved, his brother's on the Politburo. So, on March 3rd, 1945, the I-250 took off for its piston-only test flight. And the results were not good. The aircraft was sluggish and very heavy on the controls. Its handling was substandard, and the overall balancing of the airframe severely impacted its agility. The reason for this was obvious. Soviet manufacturing had struck once again. Despite improving massively since the 30s, the metallurgical technology and complex alloys required to efficiently operate a jet engine were still largely beyond their reach. They had to use what they had on hand, and the VRDK, while being powerful, only had 10 minutes of operating time. Meaning, for the duration of most of the flight, the I-250 would be flying around with an entire jet engine mounted in the fuselage, doing absolutely nothing. And that's assuming the engine even worked, because on almost every test flight the VRDK was activated, part of it broke. The axial compressor had a tendency to break the drive shaft between it and the piston engine, destroying both power plants in the process. The aforementioned lack of complex alloys meant the compressor blades constantly warped, the oil cooling system leaked in over 10 different places, including from the thermal sleeve over the engine itself, meaning very flammable oil would leak into the main compressor assembly, which, as you can imagine being a jet, gets rather hot. This filled the cockpit with smoke, started small fires, and did God knows what else. The fuel system, meanwhile, decided on random occasions to just break itself entirely, and aside from all that, the cockpit layout was so bad, the Ministry of Aviation, the Soviet Ministry of Aviation, rejected it out of hand due to poor quality, only to find out that MiG had ordered production to start, so it was too late to cancel it. But when the red stars aligned as Comrade Lenin smiled down from above, and it actually did work, the results were incredible. While under piston power alone, the I-250 managed to make it past around 430 miles an hour at 20,000 feet, which, no matter how you cut it, is slower than a P-51D. However, once the pilot spun up the compressor and engaged the VRDK system, that speed began to climb rapidly. On July 3rd, 1945, Mikoyan Gareevich's chief test pilot, Alexander Dayev, made Soviet aviation history as the I-250 became the first Soviet aircraft to break 500 miles an hour in level flight, reaching a top speed of 513 miles an hour. A truly remarkable achievement. Yet only 2 days later, during another record-attempting flight, the tail assembly of the I-250 prototype would disintegrate after he attempted a high-G maneuver to test the aircraft's agility at speed.
That's good.
He was too low to bail out, and the aircraft was not fitted with an ejection seat. His chute did not open in time. The destruction of the prototype, the death of their best test pilot, and the end of the war in Europe sounded the death knell of the project for Mikoyan and his team. Soviet troops had occupied East Germany, and examples of the latest German aviation technology had started arriving, freshly captured from Peenemünde. They had hit the motherlode. Entire factories and their staffs were captured intact, along with an example of every single advanced German aircraft along with their engines. And such tactical acquisitions included Me-262s, Dornier 335s, Heinkel 162s, Me-163s, V-1 and V-2 missiles, as well as technical drawings, wind tunnel models, and God knows what else. The only thing they didn't have was Horton's HO-229. The Americans from Operation Paperclip had gotten to that one first, which is rather ironic, considering they already had a better flying wing designer anyway, named Jack Northrop. I bet someone in the NKVD got a free Siberian holiday for missing that opportunity. Tsagi needed all the help they could get on flying wings. The resulting reality of this, though, was a quantum leap for the Soviet aviation industry, as access to the BMW and Junkers Umo axial flow turbojets rendered all the various jet technologies and aircraft designs they had been working on up to that point practically obsolete. And all the various aviation design OKBs, including MiG themselves, had already begun work on prototypes to utilize them. In fact, one designer had already made use of their new acquisitions. Lavochkin had continued work on his war-winning aircraft, refining and developing the already formidable LA-7 into what would amount to be the pinnacle of Soviet piston engine fighter design, the LA-9. With all-metal construction, an aerodynamic laminar flow wing like the P-51, 4 23mm cannons, supremely lightweight and agile with a top speed of 430 miles an hour. This thing is incredible. Except MiG had already broken 500 miles an hour, and Lavochkin wasn't going to accept that. Merkulov may have failed using underwing ramjets, but ramjets don't have static thrust. What if we used something that did? What if we had something that could give us a lot of thrust? And as luck would have it, the Red Army had acquired something that could fit the bill. This is the LA-9 RD-13.
Oh, no!
RD-13 being the designation of Soviet-made V-1 flying bomb pulse jet engines. That's right. They fitted V-1 engines to a piston fighter.
Oh my god!
I just want you to think about this for a second. Forget performance data. Forget the fuel consumption issues. Forget all of that. The LA-9 has a massive ASH-82F radial engine. 14 cylinders of 2-stage supercharged horsepower strapped to a Soviet-made aircraft with the corresponding build quality. And now you've bolted 2 pulse jets to the wings.
Oh, God, help us.
Could you imagine how loud it would be in that cockpit? Not to mention the absolutely biblical vibration those things would cause.
No, all of it.
For reference, the V1's pulse jet engine emanated a distinctive sound that could be heard clearly, loudly, and distinctly from the ground.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I have a clip.
The good old doodlebug buzz bomb.
And you want to put these things 3 feet away from a cockpit which is neither pressurized nor soundproofed, while already being positioned behind one of the most powerful radial engines ever mounted to an aircraft. An aircraft built in the Soviet Union just after World War II, with all the dubious build quality control problems that entails, with all the rattling and shaking around.
Oh no.
Well, they tested it, and the speed increase they achieved was considerable. The LA-9 RD-13 in one of its flights achieved just over 480 miles an hour in level flight, which for a retrofitted testbed design with none of the aerodynamic refinement of a purpose-built hybrid is an amazing performance increase. Except just like MiG's I-250, the added weight combined with the massive increase in fuel consumption rendered it useless as anything other than a point defense interceptor. Just like the VRDK system, the pulse jets could only run for a limited time, after which they were big heavy weights on the wings, ruining the aircraft's handling and agility, while causing a lot of aerodynamic drag, making it slower than the in-service production version when the jets weren't in use. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst part was the fact that the official report submitted to Sagi actually addressed the issues we've just discussed. The exact words from the Soviet Air Force Research Institute report were, and I quote, unacceptably high acoustic loads and vibrations.
No shit.
Translated from communist bureaucrat speak, the pilot was rendered functionally deaf from the noise and physically crippled from motion sickness, if not a major concussion as well, from slamming his head against the cockpit frame. From this, we can draw only one possible conclusion. The Soviets built an equivalent to the Thunder Screech almost a decade before the Americans
God damn it!
Take that, capitalism! If there is one thing we are ahead in the Soviet Union, it's failure. It was clear to all and sundry that the mixed power design was a technological dead end, as was pure rocket propulsion. Jets were undoubtedly the future. And considering the Gloucester Meteor was already in service, with the P-80 Shooting Star not far behind it, the Soviet Union was falling even further behind. On the 29th of November 1946, Stalin convened a meeting of the Defense Committee, which also included the party representatives for all the subcommittees responsible for aviation. It opened with a progress report from the new Minister for Soviet Aviation Industries, as the previous one, Comrade Minister Alexei Sakyorin, had been dismissed from his post and subsequently gulagged for the lack of progress on the mixed fighter designs.
Shit.
As you can imagine, this set the tone for the meeting.
Oh boy.
Going forward, all the major design bureaus assigned to fighter design would focus on developing pure jet fighters using the Klimov reverse-engineered copies of the Junkers Umo 004 and BMW 003 turbojets, the RD-10 and RD-20 respectively. Arkhip Lyulka's TR-1 had made significant progress, but indigenous Soviet engine technology was still not powerful enough or reliable enough to be competitive against their former allies, now turned enemies in the West. Alexander Yakovlev's bureau had already begun working on adapting a Yak-3 airframe to take the German jet. Lavoshkin had been doing the same with his LA-9, albeit without much success. He was looking to make the jump to a more modern concept, as was Artyom Mikoyan. The MiG Bureau, after toying with copying existing German concepts, had decided he was going to radically shift gears with a completely new inboard twin-engined pod and boom design. All the major fighter bureaus of the Soviet aviation industry were gearing up for a showdown. Who among them would build the aircraft to take the Red Air Force into the jet era? Except, as the race began, a new challenger approached the starting line. He was a young Belarusian man who had come south to Ukraine so he could set up an entirely new bureau of his own. In the process, he had befriended Lyulka, promising to use his TR-1 for his own submission to the jet program. I mean, it was a long shot for him to even enter the race, to be honest. He had some success in building light bombers during the war, and he had tried to enter the mixed power fighter competition, except MiG kept stealing the engines meant for him, so he could only ever build one prototype, laying the foundations for a bitter rivalry going forward. Yet he stood out among his peers as, unlike all the others, he was dreaming of something bigger. He envisioned fighters that would not only excel at seizing the skies, they would also sweep clear the enemy on the ground. A truly multi-role platform. The other designers eyed their new competitor with curiosity. They'd known of his bureau for some time, but it was a small one. They'd never expected his contention. What no one at that table could have predicted, however, is that by the end of our very long story, everyone in the aviation world would know his name.
Yep.
For that man's name was Pavel Sukhoi.
I'll say this about the Sukhois. They're actually sexy looking aircraft.
The orders from Comrade Stalin were clear. A jet fighter was needed. And if Stalin wants something, you deliver.
Oh yeah.
And quickly. With that rapidity of delivery in mind, the first to take up this task was the Golden Boy who had saved the nation from the fascist invader, with his fighter having held the line and kept them competitive during the dark years of 41 and 42.
Yeah.
Alexander Yakovlev had benefited greatly from Stalin's patronage, having seized the mantle of the premier fighter design bureau from the disgraced, and now dead, Polikarpov. Though rarely for a Soviet official of the time, he had died of stomach cancer after being sidelined to a teaching position at the Moscow Aviation Institute, rather than being educated in the political theory of socialism in one shell casing. In any case, Yakovlev had resolved to produce a jet fighter for the Red Army Air Force in record time, and as such he made the logical decision of simply adapting his already excellent Yak-3 design to use a jet engine. With an already light and agile fighter, the extra thrust of the Yumo 004 should give it some serious performance, though there were some drawbacks to the idea.
Yeah.
The major one being that the Yak-3 was designed for maneuvering fights at low altitude going 300 miles an hour, not intercepting American nuclear bombers at 25,000 feet while approaching the speed of sound. The wings were thick and sturdy to store more fuel and handle high G-forces while generating a lot of lift even at slower speeds. As a result, they were also heavy and had a large surface area at all angles of attack. Better call RuPaul because there was an awful lot of drag. This limited the top speed of the aircraft, but more than that, it exacerbated the G-forces subjected to the airframe. With the power of a jet up front while going almost 100 miles an hour faster than the design originally accounted for, it pushed the tolerances of the Yak-3's airframe to its limits. It seriously increased the risk of an overstress caused by overspeeding or over-G. And if that overstress was bad enough, it could snap the newly designated Yak-15 clean in half. However, this was a compromise that Yakovlev knew he had to make to get a functional aircraft into service on the time frame he'd been provided. This is something he accounted for. What he didn't account for was the engine itself. Because, oh boy.
Oh no.
The Junkers Yumo 004 is infamous among aviation enthusiasts, historians, and engineers alike for its ability to self-immolate, its unreasonably high fuel consumption, and a time between overhaul schedule so inconceivably short, its only saving grace is that you only have one complete overhaul per engine before it needs replacing. The average lifespan for a Yumo 004 was roughly 25 hours, which is less than the combined runtime of the Lord of the Rings movie franchise, assuming you count The Hobbit. And now, the Soviet Union is building it. As you can imagine, the reliability and quality control of the engines being used in this first generation of aircraft was dubious to say the least. Though on the bright side, the Soviets did have some of the metals to make the alloys the original blueprints required. After all, they were the ones who sold the Nazis those metals originally in 1941 before their customers got tired of paying for them. German-built versions had to make use of inferior materials. Which is a shame, really, because Yakovlev had to test his original prototypes with captured engines and then transition to Klimov RD-10s. Soviet copies made in factories by men who have only just started getting to grips with the technology. He really was stuck in a situation without any good options. Thus, one of these engines was fitted to the prototype, which, once again, had a truly inspirational name. The Yak Yumo. What a shock. These communists are creative, aren't they? And preparations were made to make its first engine tests and taxiing runs. And it was here that Yakovlev realized the biggest oversight in his choice to use an existing prop-driven airframe. An oversight that had hit the Germans square in the face as well, to be fair. However, learning is almost always done the hard way, especially in the Soviet Union.
Yep.
So tell me, dear viewer, do you notice anything strange about the Yak compared to other jets of the period? Anything that jumps out at you? Anything that really stands out? Anything? That's right. It's a tail dragger.
Oh, no.
And there is a reason why it's one of the only ones. The engineers had rigged a heat shield to the rear of the engine nacelle because they knew that the jet blast would put out a lot of heat. Except they were operating on specifications and assumptions for the aircraft in flight at standard operation. When they ran the engine for the first time, the heat from the exhaust travelled with the airflow into the dead air beneath the airframe, only for it to travel right down the fuselage, warping the entire rear half of the aircraft while literally melting the tail wheel.
Yep.
Alright, it's a first try. No big deal, no problem. This is why we do tests. So the designers and engineers went back to the drawing board, reworked the heat shield, installed a solid steel tail wheel that could withstand the heat of the jet blast, and then took the aircraft back out for its very first taxiing tests. The test pilot fired up the engine, and this time the heat shielding worked as intended. Then he started taxiing, which sent sparks shooting out in every direction. They'd gone and replaced the tail wheel with solid steel, only to realize that their primary jet testing airfields were asphalt with solid runways. So it started dragging across tarmac, which had the obvious result of scraping asphalt while causing a rather disconcerting light show. But crucially, it wasn't melting anymore, so they chalked it up as smakalka and continued the test. After taxiing back to the parking space on the ramp, the engineers examined the aircraft. No warping. Good. Excellent. Job number 1 complete. But there was quite a lot of impact damage to the underside of the fuselage which they couldn't account for. Nor could the pilot, in fact. Then they checked the motor housing and realized the cause. Because of the tail dragger configuration, the jet blast was going straight underneath the aircraft into the ground. With the propeller's backdraft, half of it is blocked because the aircraft is in the way of the spinning wheel of death. But with the Yak-15, all that thrust was going along the surface of the airfield.
I'm in slight pain.
And this is a Soviet airfield, which are designed to operate at the front under adverse conditions.
Great.
Meaning the ground crews aren't conducting FOD sweeps. The damage to the fuselage is odd bolts, rocks, a bit of scrap metal from a crash, a spent shell casing from a firing test. You name it. Whatever detritus is on the field is getting caught up in the jet blast and flung into the bottom of the fuselage and the flight surfaces. It also didn't help that the solid steel tail wheel had no rubber nor suspension system, so the aircraft was bouncing up and down, causing strain on the various fixtures throughout the airframe. Well, there wasn't much they could do about that without reworking the design to a tricycle configuration, which they did actually start working on immediately after this test. However, that would take time to develop, and they didn't have it. So they ran that project in the background while shipping the prototype to Sagi for independent testing. When they got their prototype back, it came with a list of requirements for the aircraft. A maximum speed of 480 miles an hour at sea level, a 300-mile range, and an endurance of at least an hour. These were all modest requirements and required very few adjustments to the design to achieve. After a little bit of tweaking, quality control checks, and some good old-fashioned engineering, the Yak-15 was rolled out of the build hangar in late March of 1946. However, Yakovlev was cautious. He didn't want to rush things. After all the issues that had cropped up during the ground test, he thought it was safer not to. He was also very aware that casualties during jet testing in other nations was high, and given the death rate of Soviet test pilots during the 30s and 40s, you can understand his hesitation in rushing the first flight before every single variable had been checked. The loss of a pilot and prototype on such a tight timeline could have fatal implications for more than just the unfortunate aviator, quite literally.
Yeah.
By the time he was satisfied with the preparations, it was mid-April. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon, we have returned to the beginning of our story. As on April 24th, 1946, Yakovlev and the team arrived at the Soviet Flight Research Institute airfield, only to find another aircraft parked on the flight line.
Uh-oh.
It was bizarre, almost alien in its appearance, but the team working on it were very familiar. They were, of course, their rivals, the engineers and mechanics of Mikoyan Garevich, with their chief engineer in evidence, Artyom Mikoyan. The two teams met and had a heated disagreement about who should get the honor of the first flight. They can't take off yet due to the endless practice flights in the area preparing for the upcoming Tashino air show, so they are forced to wait while arguing all morning. Eventually this would be resolved with the famous flip of a coin. However, while that is the official version of events and part of Soviet aviation legend, Yakovlev Bureau members would say in later interviews that a very different course of events took place. They claim that Artyom Mikoyan, who, as we know, his brother Anastas is on the Politburo, abused his position and various connections in the party to call Moscow air traffic control and override the grounding order so MiG could fly their design first. Whether this story is true or just angry sore losers rewriting the record, no one can say. I think the legend has enough circumstantial evidence to back it up, while frankly, it's far more fun. And as Napoleon says, history is a set of lies everyone has agreed upon.
Very true.
Although in this case,
very
I suppose you
fucking
could use
true.
the term, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. But, speaking of the story, it's only fitting that having heard the origins of one member of this showdown, we should now turn our attentions to the other. It's time to talk about the trials and tribulations of the team at Mikoyan Garevich, and their hard work bringing about the creation of what would come to be known as the Parade Fighter.
Oh boy.
At the same time Yakovlev was adapting his Yak-3 design to take the Yumo 004, Artyom Mikoyan was issued the BMW 003 engines for his project. Originally he had had the same idea as his rival. We need a plane quickly, so let's make something conventional and crank it out fast, so Stalin has something to show off to the world and scare everyone. However, his MiG-3 design from the war was completely unsuitable for a conversion, and the I-250 was designed for an altogether different power plant configuration. So the only solution was to replicate an existing captured German design to meet the deadline. The result was the MiG I-260. A fusion of Soviet design conventions such as the cylindrical oval fuselage and the distinct shape of the tail, with Messerschmitt's overall design layout. Drawing on resources and blueprints used on the MiG-5 project, a cancelled twin-engine fighter project designed by the Bureau during the war, various components were engineered and manufactured within weeks of Stalin ordering the jet projects to commence. Yet after only a month of work, both Mikoyan and Garevich were unsatisfied with the projected performance of the airframe. All they were doing is chasing a design the Western Allies were almost certainly rendering obsolete at this very moment. If they were going to be competitive, they had to start from scratch and build something faster and way more heavily armed. The design they ended up proposing was the most advanced aircraft ever conceived up to that point in the Soviet Union. A modern design even by the standards of Western aviation. The idea was to move the twin engines mounted on the wing pylons completely inboard inside the fuselage, fed through a nose-mounted intake. Keep in mind that the P-80 Shooting Star and the de Havilland Vampire were only single-engine designs with side-mounted intakes. And while the Western engines were more powerful, fitted to lighter aircraft, giving them superior combat performance than the upcoming Soviet designs, this habit of forward thinking would allow the MiG Bureau throughout its history to save the Red Fighter Force from complete obsolescence by catching up and occasionally even leading the race again and again and again. Thus, work began on the prototype. This was achieved in record time. So fast, in fact, that a mock-up was available for committee review by January 1946.
Goddamn.
After a quick look over its features, deeming it satisfactory, the go-ahead was given for the construction of several prototypes. Officially recorded as Order 157S in the archives, it called for the prototype, now designated I-300, to be ready by April 1946. However, so confident was MiG in the acceptance of the new aircraft, that the mock-up had actually been one of the prototype's aerodynamic shells, and the actual prototype I-300F1 was already built and ready to go. The benefits of having friends in high places is universal everywhere, though especially in the USSR. But his gamble most definitely paid off, as at the same time, Tsagi issued new regulations regarding the structural integrity of high-speed aircraft. Research conducted during the VRDK experiments, as well as the data required from the Germans, had given the Soviet aerodynamicists valuable insight into the various aerodynamic and G-force effects of high-speed flight, subsequently ordering that all future jet aircraft have their airframes reinforced, giving Mikoyan plenty of time to alter his design to meet the new requirements, while still very early in the development phase. Which, given the stories I'm about to tell you, almost certainly saved lives.
Okay.
Because aside from the initial promising engineering choices, which we've just mentioned, this is where the positive points of the MiG-9 practically end.
Oh no.
Tsagi, in continuously upgrading or changing the requirements for the design based on new specifications, meant testing had to be delayed several times over the first 3 months of 1946. Eventually, though, after going through an excessive number of wind tunnel tests proving that yes, indeed, the MiG-9 was actually aerodynamic despite its absurd appearance, they got the green light to commence their in-house ground tests.
Yay.
Following the same Soviet standard testing procedures as Yakovlev, they immediately ran into the same issue they did regarding the engines literally melting the underside of the airframe. Only in MiG's case, the effect was twice as bad because they had twice the number of engines. So much so, in fact, it melted the asphalt on the apron and the tarmac as well.
Jesus!
Thus, like any good Soviet engineer, they took the logical step of slapping a shitload of steel along the underside of the engine exhaust fairings on the fuselage to serve as a low-cost heat shield.
Jesus.
Then, they tried taxiing it, only to discover that due to the shape of the fuselage and the placement of the engines, when increasing thrust on the ground to higher speeds, the jet blast caused a catastrophic drop in air pressure, creating a dead zone just underneath the empennage section of the airframe, which coincidentally also happened to be where the gigantic hunk of steel was.
Bruh.
So, when they throttled up to taxi and subsequently take off, the MiG-9 would lose its center of gravity entirely and fall on its ass, dragging its tail along the ground with its nose in the air, sending sparks flying. It took several complete taxiing tests to confirm this, before bringing the prototype back to the shop so they could work out a solution. Only to find out that they had somehow screwed up even harder on something so mind-bogglingly obvious I can only chalk it down to being bureaucratic oversight.
Oh.
The Yak-15 only had one engine, mounted low and forward.
Right.
The heat shielding required for that was nowhere near 2 engines inside a fuselage amongst all the critical components. MiG had worked this out during their own tests and accounted for it with the aforementioned huge chunk of steel. But they'd forgotten one thing.
What?
And that one thing was the basic laws of thermodynamics.
Of course!
Heat causes metals to expand. And funnily enough, a gigantic hunk of steel has a completely different expansion ratio than thin-skinned aerospace-grade aluminium.
Bruh.
So when they pulled the heat shield off the aircraft to examine it, they discovered that the expansion of the heat shield was essentially warping the entire aft section of the aircraft, which, if left unchecked, could potentially get severe enough to rip the fuselage in half. Realizing they'd have to do some actual engineering in place of Smacalca to fix this problem, the MiG team got to work on an articulated heat shield using corrugated steel mounted in a radiator-like fixture under the fuselage behind the engine compartment. And this also had the added benefit of reducing the weight and diffusing some of the pressure issues caused by the jet blast, meaning the nose attitude issue on the ground was substantially reduced. With that issue seemingly conquered, it was time for their first flight on April 24th, which, after winning the toss or getting Oni-chan to cuck Yakovlev by calling the tower, the I-300 F-1 rolled down the runway and took flight. It was slightly heavy on the controls and had some lateral stability issues, but the speed it achieved more than made up for it. Doing several circuits over the field, it became clear that MiG's design was the fastest aircraft ever built in the Soviet Union, ripping down the flight line at over 500 miles an hour, shattering the record set by the I-250. And though the Yak-15 would prove far more agile and much easier to fly, Mikoyan had proved that he had made the right call. He was the designer aiming for the future, and his new aircraft, despite all its teething problems, appeared to show great potential. But remember, this is the Soviet Union, and appearances are almost always deceiving. Throughout their initial stage of flight testing in May of 1946, the MiG-9 achieved a top speed of 571 miles an hour. However, this was accompanied by two serious aerodynamic problems. The first was a longitudinal stability issue, causing the aircraft to pitch wildly up and down, posing controllability issues and the ever-so-slight risk of overstressing the airframe and snapping the wings off.
Oh, great.
You know, just a minor
What the
design
dog doing?
The dog
Though on
is-
balance, it probably wasn't the biggest concern the pilot had, seeing as the
dog
other
is
aerodynamic
questioning
issue
why
was a
he's not-
vibration so
why
bad
he's sober
it
at the
threatened to
moment.
tear the tail off mid-flight while slamming the pilot's head into the canopy rails. Apparently installing an articulated heat shield that isn't securely fitted to the airframe to avoid breaking the aircraft means having a sizable chunk of steel waving around unsecured in the slipstream, which could potentially break the aircraft. After going back to the wind tunnel and checking the design, it turns out that the changes to the heat shield, while mitigating the pressure issue, didn't account for the changing air pressures at different altitudes, meaning that low-pressure void was once again forming under the tail, causing the nose to ride into the air so violently that the MiG-9 would try climbing even with full nose-down trim. So the pilot would respond by pushing the stick forward, causing the aircraft to literally seesaw through the air.
Ninja.
And yes, because it was an articulated heat shield fitted loosely, the faster the MiG went, the worse the vibrations got. So the Soviets had built a fighter jet designed to close the gap on speed that couldn't go fast because it would break itself. Clearly they had to fix this, because if they didn't, Siberia was a-calling.
Yeah.
So they re-strengthened the heat shield and fixed it to the airframe, eliminating the vibration, which then nearly killed the test pilot as the low-pressure issue on takeoff was back. This resulted in the entire aerodynamics and engineering team at MiG working round the clock, trying to find a shape of actuated heat shield that would actually work.
Just looking at the Soviet
It wouldn't be
stuff
until
is giving me
July that they
heartburn.
finally got it working. And on July the 7th, hallelujah, praise be to Marx and Engels, test pilot Alexei Grinchik took off, raised the landing gear, and got up to speed. The flight was relatively stable. The vibrations were gone. Had they finally fixed it?
Did they do
Was
it?
the MiG-9 finally ready for the motherland's defense? Well, on July 11th, there was a demonstration scheduled for the luminaries of the Soviet aviation industry, the Red Air Force's senior leadership, and of course the usual assembly of party apparatchiks. So they would have a chance very soon to find out. Sure enough, when the great day rolled around, the party big shots arrived to inspect the hardware, which was comprised of a captured German HE-162, the Yak-15 prototype, and the MiG-9 prototype, with the MiG scheduled to do its flying demonstration last. Sensing a chance to get revenge for having the first flight ever robbed from them, Yakovlev's team decided that they were going to fly their aircraft to its ragged edge. They were going to put on a show. The Yak-15 performed an aerobatics display for the audience that involved some serious stunts, pulling high G-turns, tight loops, and fast rolls, followed by a perfect three-point landing. The MiG team watched all this go down with mounting irritation, applauding politely as they did so. But the chief
That little
engineer
golf
wasn't
clap.
stupid. He went over to the MiG test pilot, Alexei Grinchik, and reminded him that the MiG-9 had not done a full review on its aerobatics performance. Nor had there been time to do a serious stress test on the various control surfaces under G-force due to all the delays they'd faced earlier in the year. Just follow the flight plan, do a couple of high-speed passes for the wow factor, make them all go, woo, that's great. Just don't show off.
Oh, don't show off.
But this is a test pilot, and their rival design team has just wowed the spectators with fancy flying. If you ever saw the Making of Top Gun documentary, the chief technical advisor on the film, the guy who instructed at the fighter weapons school, Peter Pettigrew, made the point of saying that the reason why the Top Gun trophy from the movie is fictional is because if there actually was a trophy or scorecard for winning combat exercises, they would be picking up pieces of plane and pilot for weeks after every course done, due to the students breaking their aircraft trying to win and getting themselves killed.
There has to be a trophy and somebody has to win it. And I said, well, there's no trophy. I said, if there was a Top Gun trophy, no one would ever graduate.
Nope.
You don't understand the intensity of these guys. You know, it would all be mid-air collisions and crashes.
Oh yeah, these guys are not humble individuals.
And for MiG's chief rival to thumb their nose at them in front of the Air Force General Staff and the party representatives was an insult that could not be allowed to stand. Alexei taxied to the runway, advanced the throttles, took off, and immediately began ignoring the flight plan entirely in favor of a more dramatic performance. The MiG-9 whipped around into several tight turns, using its extra speed to thunder up and down the field looking cool. To the amazement of the engineering staff, all seemed to be going well until the last maneuver of the flight. After pulling a final high G turn, Grinchik came in low over the airfield along the flight line at maximum speed. As the MiG drew level with the crowd, the fasteners for the leading edge wing panel on the starboard wing, having been overstressed during the display, sheared off from the flight surfaces completely, bending the aileron control rods and shattering the control surfaces. Too low to bail out or even adjust, Alexei Grinchik and the I-300 prototype slammed into the ground with a thunderous explosion, the fragments scattering themselves over a debris field covering half the airfield. Emergency response and the engineers on hand rushed to the scene, but they needn't have bothered. Grinchik was killed on impact, and the aircraft was completely obliterated.
Yep.
The loss of the chief test pilot and the initial prototype was a tragic and devastating blow to an already troubled program. However, they were already producing multiple airframes for various experimental purposes, such as a trainer variant, ejection seat testing, the application of wing-mounted air brakes, the effect of external fuel tanks on jet aircraft, not to mention the MiG-9 had been selected for production, so there was no option except to carry on regardless. Yet, of course, this is Russia. Communist Russia.
Yes.
Say the line with me, everyone. And then it got worse. The second prototype, F2, was sent to Sagi for testing, while Prototype 3 was used to further refine the intended production variant. The new test pilot, Mark Galai, rolled onto the runway for airframe number 3's first flight. Pre-flight checks looked good, flight surfaces were responsive, throttles forward, and away he went. Everything seemed okay as he rumbled down the runway. The problem started the moment he got airborne. The aircraft was a new build, so the problems from the original prototype returned with a vengeance. The nose rocketed into the air, and it took an excessive amount of forward stick to bring the nose under control. So Galai made the logical decision to engage maximum nose-down trim and bring it back down to the ground to investigate.
Not good.
Except the moment he worked the trim controls, the nose began climbing again. The more trim he added, the worse it got. The nose kept climbing and climbing and climbing, nearly stalling as a result. Given the fate of the previous test pilot, it took a lot of effort to keep calm. But keep calm he did. If more nose-down trim was causing nose-up, maybe the reverse would also be true. He trimmed nose-up instead, and slowly but steadily, the nose came back down. It was hellish controlling the aircraft as it violently vibrated, seesawed back and forth, and the stick took almost all of his strength to move, yet against all the odds, he brought it into the downwind, onto final, and into the glide slope for landing. With superhuman alacrity and probably a few state-unsanctioned prayers, the MiG returned to terra firma. Emphasis on firma, because this was immediately followed by the nose gear collapsing and a colossal shower of sparks as it skidded down the runway, chunks of asphalt flying into the intakes as it went. Turned out the factory, in its rush to push the aircraft out the door, had installed the trim system incorrectly, while the nose gear assembly was not rated to take the impact of that kind of landing, as it was a rather firm landing. However, they needed to keep testing, so after replacing the nose gear and changing the engines, Galai took it up again and ended up setting another speed record for Soviet aviation, maxing out at Mach 0.8 or 620 miles an hour, despite the airframe threatening to come apart from the vibrations. Man, I swear, the balls on this guy. I don't even know how he fit in the cockpit of this thing. Anyway, with progress on the project seemingly back underway, the MiG-9 received its official designation, MiG-9, and performed at the Tushino Air Show on August 18th, 1946, wowing the crowds and somewhat surprising the Western observers who hadn't expected such a modern design to make an appearance in the Soviet Union so soon. The problem was, it was too impressive, as was the display of the Yak-15 put on at the same airshow. The glorious achievements of world socialism, despite the efforts of fascist international capital, were fully on display, and Stalin knew a good propaganda angle when he saw one. Immediately summoning Yakovlev and Mikoyan to his office, he demanded they produce 15 examples of their aircraft each in time for the anniversary of the October Revolution, so they could fly over the parade in Red Square announcing the arrival and glory of world communism. Which gave both teams just 6 weeks to build 15 experimental aircraft with only the early stages of a production line and a lack of skilled labour.
Great.
This resulted in a return to working conditions that would make a Victorian factory manager feel uncomfortable. Workers slept by the tooling machines, skipped half their meals, took almost no breaks at all, and would keep working round the clock until the order was filled. Some workers logged 3 days straight before literally passing out at their workstations, resulting in serious workplace injuries.
I bet.
As a result, though a Herculean effort which should have won every single one of those workers the title Hero of Socialist Labour, the quality of their work left a lot to be desired.
I bet.
Even taking into account the fact that these were special parade variants which lacked armament or any of the more complex systems, a number of serious defects were found among the airframes produced. One failed its landing gear tests due to the linkages not being properly installed, meaning not only did they not retract, they didn't move at all.
Oh, God.
Yet that wasn't the worst.
What?
Oh, no. The worst one was one of the MiGs rolled out in the latter stages during crunch time. As it was being rolled out of the factory, the entire tail section quite literally fell off the aircraft.
Oh my God.
The whole tail.
The whole tail?
Fell off.
Just plunk.
Even so, with all of these issues, they fixed them, prepped the aircraft, and shipped them to Moscow.
Yeah. Oh,
just in time for the display to be cancelled due to bad weather. And I mean actual bad weather. Not bad weather caused by a lack of available aircraft or fears of an air attack by drone like some dictators would have us believe. This was quite the reprieve, though, because it gave both bureaus much-needed time to continue testing and iron out the bugs in both designs. Though of the two, MiG definitely had a rougher time. During the final stages of their manufacturer tests, even more serious issues kept cropping up one after another, and every time they fixed one, another would take its place.
Oh dear.
They managed to get the vibrations under control, only for the horizontal stabilizers to disintegrate while carrying out high-G maneuvers. Then, during state acceptance trials, when approaching the upper limit of its do-not-exceed speed, the same phenomena occurred. The MiG would start to nose up out of control, followed by the disintegration of the elevators.
Of course.
In both cases, it was only the skill of the test pilots that prevented the loss of both aircraft. The issues with the design were seemingly endless. The center of gravity needed correcting, and the entire airframe had to be reinforced twice so the control surfaces wouldn't break off mid-flight. But despite all the setbacks, they kept working, and it seemed there was hope, even a small glimmer of hope, for the MiG-9 project to succeed. And then they put the guns in it.
Oh no.
Armed with two 23mm cannons and a 57mm fridge dispenser, the size of the armament was configured for the destruction of American bombers, and due to the design of the airfoil along with the need to make them easy to aim, the only place they could put the guns was right in the middle of the intake.
Jesus.
I think you can see the issue here.
Yeah.
An intake is where the air goes in to feed the engine, hence the name. Intake.
Oh, God.
What do you suppose would happen if the expelled gases and polluted air full of cordite residue and other such bits and pieces from the guns firing were to be fed into a highly sensitive, unreliable jet engine?
Oh, no.
Poof. Poof. Flame out. Zoop. If you're lucky. If you're not lucky, it could cause a critical failure and kill the engine entirely. This left the MiG engineers with a problem faced by our friend Sylvansky from Episode 1. Due to flaws in the design, we now have a fighter aircraft which can't fire its guns.
Great.
In firing tests at different altitudes and at different speeds, the story was the same across the board. Firing the guns will flame out the engines, if not destroy them. A solution had to be found immediately, otherwise this entire year of pain and misery would all be for naught, and most likely come with a free ticket to Siberia, if not Lefortovo prison. So, first, they tried shrinking the main gun. That helped a tiny bit, not to mention it was more practical to aim and fire a 37mm cannon than a 57mm one.
That's true.
Then they added downward venting fume extractors to the chin-mounted 23mm, which helped a lot as this routed the majority of their expelled gases to the rear of the fuselage. But the 37mm still couldn't be fired without almost guaranteeing a flameout. The natural response was to fit a fume extractor to this gun as well. Except there was nowhere to put it, as the gun was sitting right in the middle of the intake. Therefore, instead of reconfiguring the armament or changing the design, the only logical decision was to use a bore evacuator, which they decided to mount in the middle of the barrel instead. They called it the Butterfly.
Oh my god.
The effects this had on aerodynamics and the zero of the gun is easy to imagine. It wiggled around in flight while causing drag, stability issues, and vibration in the controls, and if you pulled too high a G, it threatened to snap off entirely. But the worst part was the pressure of the large caliber 37mm ammunition being blasted through it. It meant its operational service life could be measured in less than 1,000 rounds. If the bore evacuator exceeded its tolerances even slightly, the pressure wave caused by the gun firing would shatter the entire assembly, sending hunks of metal and debris straight into the intake, destroying both engines and losing the aircraft. It could also fly up into the cockpit's front and blind the pilot, just a few issues there. Thus, MiG's engineers were forced back to the drawing board to try everything to fix the problem, changing the arrangement of the armament finally to a cheek mounting, making the barrels exceedingly long. Nothing they tried worked. Eventually, after months of experimentation, the engineers gave up, and the Red Army Air Force simply added strict conditions to how the armament could be employed. The 37mm could only be fired at altitudes below 10,000 feet. Attempting to fire the gun at an altitude higher than that risked causing a flameout unless the pilot manually managed their speed and throttle settings within very strict tolerances, which is hard to do approaching the speed of sound while people are shooting at you. Not to mention the primary targets for this bomber destroyer would be, funnily enough, bombers, specifically the B-29, which, I don't know if you guys know this, operated at double that altitude.
Yep.
That's why they have gigantic contrails in all the footage you see of them. They'd also have to differentiate between Soviet B-29s and American B-29s with IFF systems that don't work. But that's a whole other story.
Right.
If you want to hear that story, though, I recommend watching Paper Skies' video on that topic. Thus, as a result of this design limitation, the 23mm cannons would have to do the heavy lifting for 90% of the combat operations the aircraft was intended for, while firing all the guns at the same time was flat out prohibited entirely. And all these specific weapon employment parameters are things that you'd have to take time out of your limited mental bandwidth in the middle of a dogfight to remember and execute. And speaking of dogfights, before the MiG-9 could be accepted into the Red Army Air Force, it had to undergo combat trials against the other aircraft in service. This included the Yak-3, the Yak-15, the P-63 King Cobra, the LA-9, the Spitfire Mark 9, the experimental LA-152, and the Tu-2, as a bomber being a bomber target. And after extensive testing across 20 separate engagements, the only aircraft the MiG-9 managed to get into a firing position against and hypothetically kill was the bomber. Every single other fighter, whether it be a piston or a jet, outperformed the MiG-9 in every area except raw speed or firepower, and even then, that assumes the combat took place below 10,000 feet. Above that, and most aircraft outgunned it for the simple reason that the MiG pilot couldn't safely employ his 37mm gun without flaming out his engines and getting himself killed.
Bruh.
When the full round of testing was completed by both Tsagi and the Air Force, they submitted a report to MiG and the Politburo outlining their findings. And in keeping with the theme of this now multiple-part series, allow me to read you the section of their report marked deficiencies.
Oh no.
Number 1. The engines flame out when all 3 cannons are fired at altitudes in excess of 7,000 meters. Number 2. The aircraft has no ejection seat, which precludes the possibility of the pilot bailing out at flight speeds in excess of 500 kilometers an hour, or to translate into freedom units for you Americans, 300 miles an hour.
Thank you.
Number 3. The aircraft is not equipped with air brakes, which makes a prolonged dive or a dive at a steep angle impossible.
Oh, good God.
Number 4. The cockpit is not provided with armor protection for the pilot. Number 5. The tires on the main landing gear are not durable enough and are at extreme risk of failure on landing.
Of course.
Number 6. The aircraft is fitted with non-self-sealing kerosene tanks, which develop leaks shortly after the beginning of operational service, posing an extreme risk of fire. Number 7. The aircraft lacks a fire suppression system. Number 8. The long takeoff and landing run of the MiG-9 necessitates its use from special airfields, thus limiting its employment as a tactical fighter.
Oh, good God.
Number 9. Due to the design of the fuel system, extensive delays occur in turnaround time in excess of an hour, as refueling is hampered by the fact that the reserve fuel tank must filter through the main tank before the main tank can be filled to capacity.
Oh my God.
This process is further impacted by the lack of an internal fuel gauge. Yes, it didn't have a fuel gauge. And finally, number 10. Besides the mentioned defects, a significant shortcoming inherent in the design of the MiG-9 aircraft has been brought to light. This shortcoming consists in the employment of an excessively high wing loading for the purpose of achieving the highest possible speed. Given the limited available engine thrust, this has led to a deterioration of the aircraft's maneuverability and field performance. Due to this, most in-service fighter aircraft enjoy an advantage over the MiG-9 in both horizontal and vertical maneuvering during aerial combat. And that is from Tsagi's report to the Politburo. It doesn't say anything about the operational procedures required to maintain the aircraft under frontline conditions, including one fun protocol that stated Soviet pilots must carry out the final approach to landing with their engines off to preserve engine life and limit forward objects or debris damage.
Oh my God.
Which means if the pilots flew by the book, every landing was a dead stick landing, and they couldn't go around in an emergency.
I'm getting close to it, Mead.
Wonderful. With all these horrific flaws, it would take extensive work to correct them all. Work which would take far too much time.
Yeah.
And so, with a heavy heart, Mikoyan Kireyevich and the Red Army Air Force abandoned the project and decided that they were going to pursue a more modern design with better quality control protocols and more rigorous tests.
What?
Yeah, I can't keep trying to make this joke work. It's not going to work in this series, is it? You guys, this is the Soviet Union. You know how this goes. No, of course not. In actuality, the deficiency section I just read out was followed by a considerable amount of praise for the aircraft, particularly its speed. The deficiencies could be fixed throughout the production run. We'll just fix it on the fly. It's fine. It's fine. Just we need jets. So could you start building them?
You
Nick?
were that
could you build
desperate
them?
to keep
yes,
up with
please.
us?
Thank you.
Jesus.
The I-300 was no more. The MiG-9 was officially adopted, and with the May Day Parade of 1947 less than 6 months away, they ordered 50 aircraft from both Yak and MiG to be ready in time for the parade. The 24-hour shifts commenced once more, and despite being ordered to spec and given more time to work with, the guns would not be ready in time. So, as the people of the Soviet Union celebrated the workers of the world, a parade of jet fighters thundered over Red Square, proclaiming the might of the Rodina. And all of them were completely harmless. The career of the MiG-9 from here was not an illustrious one. The pilots hated it.
No shit.
It was obsolete within a year, and because of that, production had already shifted away to new designs, so there weren't any spares. Thus, after a production run of roughly 600 aircraft, half of them were fobbed off to Soviet puppet states, while the other half were donated to China, who also hated them for being obsolete.
bet.
The 10 or so that remained in Soviet hands were the two-seat training variants or experimental test beds, such as ejector seat testers, external fuel tank employment, and my personal favourite, radar and guided missile testing, complete with some poor bastard sandwiched in an ad hoc Rio seat to operate them, and he's sitting right above the heat shield. I mean, look at this little guy, though. Isn't it great? It's so goofy looking. The whole fleet would eventually be used as jet trainers due to their obsolescence, which, comically, despite the bitter rivalry between the two design bureaus, was the same fate that befell the Yak-15 as well. Easy to fly, aerobatic, and relatively reliable compared to the MiG, the fact was it was a World War II piston design with a jet haphazardly stuck in it. The metal tail wheel vibrated the entire airframe during ground handling, while leaving a furrow in the grass or a shower of sparks, depending on what surface they were operating on. When operating in winter, the jet blast melted the snow underneath the tail wheel, which then, evaporating, rose up behind the tail, dragging along the ground, and then refroze on the tail surface, icing up and seizing the tail section entirely, which is where all the control surfaces for pitch and yaw are.
Good
You know, again, this is fine. Nothing important there. This is great.
This is fine.
But that isn't the worst of it. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself. That isn't the worst of it. The worst issue cited by Tsagi was that the main fuel tank as well as the oil sump were carried over from the original Yak-3, which puts them right over the engine. Meaning that when the tanks leaked, which, due to Soviet build quality and the stresses of frontline operation, they inevitably would, droplets of oil and fuel would fall onto the burning hot engine.
Oh, sweet
This in turn caused flash fires in the engine bay that, while not causing a catastrophic blaze most of the time, generated a shitload of smoke. And given hot air rises, combined with the forward movement of the aircraft, that left it only one place to go. Straight into the cockpit. Within 25 minutes of flight, the pilot would be gassed by toxic fumes bleeding through the instrument panel. Yet all of this wasn't the main reason the Soviets ended up relegating the Yak-15 to being a trainer. The main reason was the fuel consumption. Because the fuel consumption was so high, while the fuel tanks were so small, that the range of the Yak was completely insufficient for anything other than point defense. And even in that role, it wasn't suited for it, because the single jet powering it was just too weak. It was slower than the MiG-9 and even the LA-9 at lower altitudes. By 1948, jet technology had just moved on without them. Even in the Soviet Union, as Schluge had finally gotten his TR-1 to work, albeit with serious difficulty. So, the Yak-15 would be shunted off to the satellite nations as well, with the remaining aircraft being converted to trainers and test beds. Its biggest influence, and influence it shared with the MiG-9, was jet familiarization for Soviet pilots, and the Soviet aviation industry in working with jets as a whole. The Yak-15 also spearheaded the testing of the Soviet Union's first experiments with in-flight refueling. However, unlike the MiG-9, it would actually see constant revisions of the design, chief among these being a conversion to a tricycle undercarriage, a dedicated two-seat trainer, and it would even get a new lease on life with Warsaw Pact countries after getting a full rework with a new engine. That model being designated the Yak-23. But this failure didn't stop Yakovlev from trying his hardest to stay in the competition, though. He would develop an adorable little fighter designated the Yak-19, with a completely new airframe and configuration, escaping from the awkward pod and boom designs of the early jet era, adopting a far more aerodynamic shape. It was clearly heading in the right direction, complete with a laminar flow wing, and on later versions it even had a tail section specifically optimized for jet propulsion. But, just like his original project, the lack of power from the license-built German engines held it back from its full potential. Its armament was also completely unsatisfactory compared to the heavier-hitting designs offered by the other designers, with only two 23mm cannons. There was a brief moment of hope for the project, though, when our boy Merkulov came back from Chapter 2. Remember him? Captain Ramjet? Well, Merkulov had been out working hard on improving the engines produced in the Klimov factory, and he had developed a modification to the German jets, once again pioneering revolutionary technology. He figured he could solve the power problem by giving them f***ing afterburners. What a Chad. Giga Chad. Bruh. Absolute legend. But Yakovlev's last design had failed because the fuel consumption was too high, and now he's added afterburners.
Oh, great.
The fuel consumption on these engines is already terrible as it is, and the benefit in speed they got was nowhere near consummate with the reliability and service life cost. Just think what afterburners would do to the service life of a 262. Just think about that. Yeah, nah, it wasn't going to work. But it doesn't change the fact that Merkulov is an absolute king. Eventually, though, like its predecessor, the Yak-19 and its later variant, the Yak-25, would be abandoned in favor of newer, more modern designs coming down the pipeline, as by the time they were approaching a workable development stage, it was 1948, and far too late. But what about the other designers? What were they up to? Well, Sukhoi had drawn the same conclusion as the other designers had. But being a smaller bureau and relatively new on the block, he had decided to commit to the original concept and build a design similar to the ME-262 using Lilka's TR-1s.
Right.
The problem was that while the TR-1s had significantly more power than the Yuma or the BMW, its fuel consumption was much higher, and its reliability was somehow even worse.
Oh,
Despite
God.
his best efforts, the indigenous technology of the Soviet Union was still not up to producing high-quality jet engines, even with all these revolutionary and talented engineers working on them.
Really?
Thus, Sukhoi had to use the older German engines, which gave him a Soviet 262. That being said, it had a number of novel features. It was the first Soviet fighter to fit an ejection seat.
Okay.
It had rocket-assisted takeoff capability.
Oh.
It was the first to utilize a drag parachute, which would very soon become standard across all the Soviet Union's design bureaus. But most notably of all, Sukhoi and his team personally oversaw every single test alongside the pilots who flew it, with the goal of direct collaboration between the test pilots and the engineers. No bureaucracy.
Oh.
Every single tiny flaw a pilot mentioned was immediately actioned. The Su-9, as it was designated by the Red Army Air Force, may have been outdated by the standards of the time, but it was exceptionally well built and carefully considered.
Oh.
It was easy to fly, and rarer still, perhaps the rarest thing of all, it was safe. Something unheard of in Soviet aviation.
Hang on, I need to digest that. It's a Soviet fighter, and it's good? It's safe? Holy shit! Bro, hold up. I think hell just froze over. What the fuck? What the fuck? Goddamn! Okay. Okay, game recognizes game. Okay, respect. I guess Sukhois can be good every once in a while. Yeah, who am I kidding? A broke-ass clock is right twice a day. So, I guess a Russian could build a good fighter plane every once in a while. Good on you, Sukhoi. Good on you.
In general, let alone its jets. Unfortunately, there was a serious issue in its development.
Oh?
Sukhoi was a junior bureau run by Belarusians and Ukrainians.
Oh.
Yakovlev and MiG dominated the political side of procurement, with Mikoyan's brother on the Politburo and Yakovlev himself being the deputy minister for the Soviet aviation industry. He only got a small share of the pie when it came to resources and funding for his project. He had tried moving his bureau to Moscow so he could be closer to the seats of power, as well as try and get better facilities, but at this early stage he was still a very small fish in a very big pond.
Yeah.
Yakovlev loaded him up with other developmental projects which distracted him from his main program, while ensuring that the lion's share of the fighter funding went to his own Yakovlev Bureau's efforts. This had the obvious knock-on effect that after all this development work was done and the testing program was complete, it was 1948, and the Su-9 was totally obsolete. The program was abandoned, and the only prototype remaining was sent to Sagi as an aerodynamics testbed, where it was subsequently dismantled. But Sukhoi, while down, was not out. Both he and Lyulka agreed to stick together going forward. They were going to build great things in partnership together, and that partnership survives to this very day.
Oof.
And as for Lavoshkin, well, his projects were rather unremarkable. He had gone for the single-engine configuration like Yakovlev, while simultaneously adopting the tricycle pod and boom design like MiG. This meant he avoided a lot of the issues faced by the other two bureaus, so there aren't really that many fun stories. He also was very conscious of utilizing emerging technology. His prototypes from the LA-152 to the LA-156 had Merkulov's afterburning Klimov engine and an ejection seat. He also ensured that his designs left room for upgrades and further development. As mentioned before, it outperformed the MiG-9 in combat. But like the Yak-15, its size, combined with the excess fuel consumption exacerbated by the afterburner, rendered it ineffective as a tactical fighter due to its cripplingly short range. Of the three early jets, though, it had the smoothest development process. It had a few issues that were resolved relatively quickly, but it still lagged behind in the areas that mattered: top speed, firepower, and range. In all three categories, the MiG-9, despite all its flaws, was superior. And by the time the 156 had come to fruition, Lavoshkin had moved on to his next project. But the first prototype, the LA-150, was really interesting. Look at it. It's kind of like an anorexic HE-162 with the engine underneath instead of, trying to kill the pilot. No. The interesting story from Lavoshkin's bureau actually comes from his second-in-command, his deputy, Semyon Mikhailovich Alexeyev. You see, Alexeyev, instead of taking inspiration from the 262, decided that he was going to follow the path of the Gloucester Meteor, and welded the engines into the aerofoil. The result was a very streamlined design. Its guns were housed under the cockpit in the chin, welded into the airframe. It was a purely metal design, teardrop cockpit with emergency jettison, an ejection seat, modern speed brakes, and even a pressurized cockpit. The problem was, guess what? It was 1948.
Yeah.
Once again, the march of time killed the design before it could come to fruition. The pilots loved it, but the intended TR-1 engines from Lyulka were late. Swept-back wings had been proven superior, and being from a new design bureau, it wasn't ever going to get enough funding to make the cut. But Alexeyev tried everything to keep the project alive. He used it to test bicycle landing gear. He proposed to use it as a universal test bed for just about any project currently in the works. And he even proposed mounting twin 75mm autocannons to it for maximum B-29 deletion.
Fuck!
Korea would have been way more entertaining. Alas, no. Like Sukhoi's design, the Politburo, notorious fun commissars that they are, ordered the project halted, which was probably for the best, actually, given its weak landing gear and the number of belly landings. Yeesh, that looks expensive.
Well, at least the belly
Yet I'm
landing's better
sure
than a
you've
fireball.
all probably noticed something.
What?
That year, 1948, has kept cropping up. Why is that?
Oh no.
Well, in that year, a plan came to fruition. A plan that goes back right to the start of our story, before even the first proper flight of a Soviet jet fighter. For as the prototypes for all the aircraft we've discussed today rolled out of the hangar and began testing, one thing became obvious. Despite all their hard work and their very best efforts, they were slow. Only the MiG-9 got anywhere close to its targeted speeds. Everything else just fell short. Lyulka tried everything to meet their requirements, but the technology just wasn't there, and the TR-1 suffered delays while underperforming across all its required metrics. Merkulov added afterburners to the German designs, which was a pioneering and ingenious solution, only none of the fighters had enough fuel for them to run, and they destroyed the engines in the process. Klimov tried every method in their arsenal to boost the available thrust from the old Yumos and BMWs, but nothing worked that didn't wreck the already fragile motors within hours. As the issues kept mounting, as delays piled on delays built on failures,
Oh, no.
a consensus of opinion was reached among the various chief designers.
And that opinion was?
And so, on a dreary and cold Moscow day in early 1946, Deputy Aviation Minister Alexander Yakovlev went into Stalin's office with a simple request. A simple request that would end up changing aviation and indeed world history forever.
What?
Comrade General Secretary, there is simply no other way forward in our fighter programs. The fact is, we are going to need a much better engine. And I think I know where we can get one.
Right! Fuck! God damn it, England! Oh! God damn it, I remember what happened. Son of a bitch! Oh. And of course, we end on a cliffhanger.
Once again, a big thank you to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video. Please remember, click the link in the description to start your 14-day free trial. It helps the channel. It's a great product. I highly recommend it. Thanks for watching.
So
I'll see you next time.
where's your back end hanging off the end of the futon? Oh. Yeah, England screwed us over because, well, too much British trusting. Oh, yes, yes, yes. We trust you, you piggy promised. Bullshit! Oh, we'll let the credits run, of course. Another great video by Animarchy, and if anyone wants to watch this later on, well, make sure to go to the live section of my YouTube channel, and I will make sure to leave a timestamp down below and pin it in the comments. So that way you can find this video again. Oh. Dad damn it. Well, that ends Animarchy. But, believe it or not, I don't feel done yet. I do not feel done yet. Not done yet whatsoever. Yeah, steal from the British, because those fuckers will fall for anything. But yeah, I don't think I'm done yet. I'm not done by a long shot. I still kind of want to keep streaming. And I think I now know what to do. But first things first, I'm going to let the puppies out because 10 bucks says, well, it's high time they went outside. So, please give me a few minutes just to let them outside and let them do their business. And I shall return shortly. Thank you, folks. Ah, I am back. Okay, thank you everyone for sticking by. So, I think I know exactly because my history sense is tingling, but I don't want to deal with anything on the air. So, let's break out a good old favorite. And let me change the description so we can properly... There we go. Update. Let it load, it's loading. Oh, but yeah, what a reaction, and it just proves even more, again, why the fuck are we scared of Russia? And if my game sense would fucking load properly. Oh. Guess it didn't load properly. Motherfucker. Ah, well, simple restart. Hopefully. There it goes. Okay. And now we wait. Oh, wow. I've actually had a pretty good retention of fans today. This is good. This is awesome. I'm loving this. There we go. Let's break out some tanks. Let's go have some fun. but now we just wait for things to load. Waiting, loading. Man, load already. Thank you. Yeah, because it has been a minute since I've come here. So let's pick up my shit because goddammit, I need to pick up all my shit. Alright, let's see what I can do to make the village a lot nicer. I really want to get the tree leveled up. Let's level the tree up. Yay! More stuff to add. Let's start with another new. Oh, huh? What's this? Are we on the other side of a kitty cat?
Hello, mate.
Kitty. The red shear cat has arrived. Ooh. Alright, well, let's talk to the cat real quick. Purchase treats to win the cat's favor. Okay. Nice. An advent caliber gift. Okay. Ooh, cool. Okay. Let me get this one. Nice. All right. Alrighty. Let's see what else of these missions are. What do you got for me, Jason?
Hello, mate.
Go to hits, destroy an enemy medium. Wow, I got a lot of catching up to do. Whew. Well, at least I have plenty of time to do it, because Ven is having fun. Oh, so this is raid. Okay, friends. Oh, nice. Okay, Vil. Let's get back to the Vils, because we gotta... Let's see. Let's upgrade. What should I add this time? You know what? I kind of like the golden Neko. Let's go with the Kitties. Nice. And let's put some presents into the tree. What do we got? Ooh, symbol of the year. Hero of the Tiger. That's right. Ooh. Let's do the Astronomer's Kit. That'll be cool. Can I upgrade anything else? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the fair. I still need some points for that. What about over here? Ooh, I can level this up too. Hell yeah. What can we add? Ooh. Ooh, sparklers? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tchaikovsky, cannons are not instruments. Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes. Tchaikovsky, always yes. Funny. Always a blast. Alright. Plus, there's stuff at the terminal. Let's see what we can grab. Additional experience per battle. Nice. Awesome. Alright. Let's... Oh, claim gift. Wow, there's a lot of shit. I haven't played World of Tanks in a hot minute. Jason brought me a tank! Let's check this baby out. New trophy. Oh my god, what the hell is this thing? The new trophy earned. Oh wow, wow. So apparently this is a trophy tank. Cool. Fuck, what is it? Let's see. Gisor the tank. Looks like a chieftain or a centurion like hull, but this gun. What the hell is it? Let's see here. Research. What is this gun? It's a 10. It's an L7. Okay. Okay. Let's also get these guys upgraded. Or at least get them started with training. Quick aiming has always been a good boon to me. And actually, this has actually been really good too. So let's get that upgraded. Reliable placement's also pretty damn good. And since we're here, we also have some training. But oh, free experience. Oh, I get it. Okay. Oh, here's the UK. We'll get these guys up. Training guide for the UK. Awesome. That should do. Let's see here. But damn. Fucking L7. This will be interesting. Oh, I should probably also quickly just... delete that so I can just... So we can just get back to regular streams. There we go. Okay, now. What is this... What is this winter raid? Hey, Jason. Oh. Okay. Play battle to earn gift coins. Oh. Huh. Oh, there's multiple. Okay. Okay, missions for assault caused within a random battles within a 50-meter radius. Okay. Destroy 6 while they are frozen by the freeze ability. Okay. I let's give it a try. Let's see what the fuck happens. Winter raid, it says, and we'll take out the new tank we just got. Huh. See what happens. Alright, let's see what the hell happens. Oh Jesus, we're in toy tanks!
Grab those presents and deliver them home.
Oh, wow, okay. This is new. Holy shit, I've been toy storied. Holy shit. Well, Ben and I have been spotted. Whoops. Yike. Wee-hoo! Heh. Oh, he's almost dead. He's dead.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
How did that happen?
Damn though. Okay, I get it now. We gotta pick up presents and shit. Okay, I get this now. Okay, here we go. Come on, get me back in, coach. Put me back in, coach. I get it. So we're red. I get it now. Okay, so we have to get to the first one to 50 presents wins. I get it now. Ow.
Defend
Motherfucker.
our base.
Damn it, missed. Oh shit. Oh no.
A new wave of presents for the taking.
Freeze, asshole. Three, 2, 1. Gotcha! Oh, sorry. Holy shit, there's a lot of presents under the tree. Let's go get it! Oh, no, you don't! Oh, motherfucker.
We're being robbed.
Who dares? Who the fuck dares? Damn it. Get his ass! Stop his J's!
A new stash of presents is coming.
Damn, these guys. Damn, those guys in yellow are good. Especially their little, the cheeky little tank destroyer. Ah, damn it, you got me.
Find you a replacement vehicle. Where have I put them?
Come on, get him! Okay, those are our guys. Okay, so this is our base. Up there, holy shit, there's a giant cat up there, holy fuck.
Team Yellow is very strong. Time for a raid. You better watch out. You better not cry.
Got him? Ah, oh, damn it, he's quick. 2. Oh wait, that's our guy. Come on, finish him up! Got him. Nice. Oh shit. Ah, damn it, they got me.
How did that happen? You'll need to wait a bit.
We're not that far behind, guys. We gotta catch up on yellow, though. Oh, damn it. These guys are good. Maybe it's because they keep... You know what? Hey!
Something is drawing us to the center.
Hey! He's robbing our he's stealing our shit! Where'd he go?
Baby, it's gonna be cold outside.
There he is! Get his ass!
Let's get us some presents before the match is over.
Ah, damn it! It's so slow. Fuck. I might have to invest in different tanks this time around. Yeah, the yellow might... Oh, yellow's getting stolen from. No, I'm gonna try... Jeez, that cat's still up there. Oh, what the... Oh, fuck you.
Third place isn't that bad.
Damn.
It's the journey that counts.
Damn it. Oh well. wonder if I got any placement, though, at the very least. Place on my team. Hey, nice. This is the speed. That's the guy. Using the stealth ability. Let's give it a shot, because this is kind of fun. Now we just wait for the next match.
Let's have some fun together. Grab those presents. Deliver them.
And here we go. Whee! Thanks for your shit. I'm out of here. Woo! Yahoo! Come and get me! Order, can I pick up any more? Nope, looks like 4 is the limit. Presents. Nice. Let's go on a raid. Let's go steal some shit. Whee! Ooh, looks like Blue's got some presents for that they're just holding on to. They're not sharing. That's for shame. Later. Yoink. Come on. Ah, I was so close. I almost had all of them. Ugh.
We'll need to wait a bit.
Damn it, though. That was close. Alright. Maybe try taking it from red. Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting away from me.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Yep.
That didn't go so well.
No, it did not.
Worry. I have another one for you. Somewhere.
Alright. The cat just vibing up there. That's adorable. Ah, come on, finish him off. Time to get the fuck out of here! Yeah, whoa! Woo! More presents! Let's go see what mischief I can go do over at Blue. Oh, I haven't spotted.
A new wave of presents for the taking.
Oh,
Let's
fuck.
find you a replacement vehicle. Where have I put them?
And we're on the way again. Let us try this again. I just can't get over the cat just hanging out up there. Blue seems to be pretty tough. So, and red's definitely a bit more outstruck. Maybe try red. Whee! I go fast! Gotta go fast! Gotta go fast! Ah, look who it is.
Defend our base.
Gotcha. Ooh. Ooh. Later. Let's see what I can steal.
The moment of joy approaches.
Whoop!
Soon, very soon.
Later! Ah, damn it.
That wasn't very Christmassy of them.
No, it wasn't. Oh, get him! Yeah! Oh, they got him! Yes, get him! Fuck him up! Let's go help out. We can go catch that shit. We can get that shit. Let's go. Come on, move your little cardboard treads.
We're being robbed.
Let's get a repair. Damn it!
Let's find you a replacement vehicle. Where have I put them?
Oh, come on.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
I'm gonna try and make a run for the fucking tree.
Baby, it's gonna be cold outside.
Woo! I'm out of here! Oh, jeez.
Grab those presents and get out of here.
Come on.
Gifts are stolen from our base.
Ah, fuck.
That wasn't very Christmassy of them.
No, it wasn't. Man, we're all tied up. Come on, guys, we got this. Hey, are we getting Hey! Get back here with our shit! Gotcha, bit. Oh, get his ass!
Find you a replacement vehicle. Where have I put them?
Yeah, take our presents back. Oh. Damn, blue came in out of nowhere. Finish him up!
Christmassy of them.
There you go. Damn it. Nice job, blue team. Whew. Man, how long have I been going for? 4.5 hours. God damn.
We're being robbed. We made it to second place.
Ah, well.
Good job.
Second place is okay. I think we'll go back to regular battles now. For a little bit longer. I'm kind of running low on steam. Hey, I got it. Nice. As much as I kind of want to take this out, I kind of want to bring out one of my usuals. Let's see. Where's my Stug? There we go. It should be around here somewhere. Stug. Maybe not. Maybe it's all on the other side. There we go. Ah, there's my Stug. There's my Stug with the girls. Alright, let's take her out. Alright. Oh, here's a classic. Jeez, we always come here. Ah, we are assaulting. Well, actually, from looks like we're taking defensive measures. Alright. I have a feeling that they'll probably come from over here. Come on, little Stug, let's go! Let's go. Let's take the high ground. Come on, you beautiful Daimler Benz. Let's go. Come on. Oh, come on. Come on, you're a Daimler Benz engine. Let's go! There we go. We did it! Okay, now let's take a position. Oh, this will be good. There you are. Hello, little shit. Oh! Oh, there you go. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. Okay, time to leave. Damn it! Maybe I'm just running out of steam. It happens. You know what? Yeah, and I'm approaching almost 5 hours. Jeez. I think it is time for me to call it a stream. But this was fun. We had a couple fun matches, but yeah. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. So, we're gonna call it here. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for everyone who stuck around this long. Really, really appreciate it. Oh, and thank you to all the new people who decided to show up and at least give me a tryout. Really, really appreciate you guys stopping by. But yeah, time for me to go take it easy. I will see you all in the next stream. And again, thank you all for stopping by and watching. Later, everybody.